Thanks, Wayne.
We are going to be recording this since we cannot, for whatever reasons, live stream on YouTube today. So we're going to record and then upload to YouTube later. And I'm just going to give Mr. LaRosa and Mrs. Townsend a few more minutes to join. And then we'll get started.
Might be a good idea to phone Mr. LaRosa just to make sure.
I see him.
I see him now. Yep.
Mr. LaRosa, would you like to test your audio and add your affiliation to the name on your video screen?
Morning, Tom LaRosa, Town of Barnstable.
Good morning. There she is. Good morning, Mrs. Townsend. Would you like to test your audio and add your affiliation to your name on your video screen?
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe we have everybody on. David, would you like to go on the record, please?
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to our first day of evidentiary hearings in docket EFSB 19-06A, DPU 19-142A, DPU 19-143A, change and West Barnstable substation zoning exemption. My name is Donna Sharkey. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding. We are conducting these evidentiary hearings remotely using Zoom video conferencing. The court stenographer is also participating remotely. He will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on the internet or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical difficulties, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. You should continue to use the same Zoom invite for the remaining days of hearings in this docket. In the event that we experience technical difficulties or need to have people speak louder or more slowly, I will raise my hand as a signal and announce that. Please speak slowly and clearly to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. We will be video recording this evidentiary hearing, and that recording will be posted to the Citing Board's YouTube channel. This hearing will be recorded in both the official written transcript and on the YouTube video of this hearing. Parties should be aware that the official transcript of the proceeding is the transcript transcribed by the reporter appointed by the Citing Board for that purpose. With me today are others who will be involved in the review of this project, including Andrew Green, Director of the Citing Board, Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Citing Board, Wayne Wang, Assistant Director of Citing Division, Nathaniel Strasberg, a Citing Analyst, and Caleb Chang, a Citing Analyst with the Citing Division. Please let us know if you are having any technical difficulties with Zoom. You should call or text 857-200-0065 for assistance. May I have appearances of counsel or the representative for each party identify themselves for the record, please?
Appearing on behalf of NStar Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, David Rosenzweig and Michael Kaler from the law firm of Keegan Worrell LLP.
Zachary Gerson with the law firm Foley Hoag for Park City Wind.
Tom LaRosa for the town of Barnstable.
And the resident interveners, even though you're not represented by counsel, should just identify yourself, since you will be the legal representative for yourself today.
Good morning, Deborah Townsend, resident.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. To briefly review, we are here today because Eversource Energy seeks approval from the Energy Facilities Citing Board to modify electric infrastructure located in Bourne, Sandwich, and Barnstable, Massachusetts. The project changes seek operation of a previously approved transmission line known as the Mid-Cape Reliability Project between Bourne and Barnstable, which was approved to operate at 115 kilovolts, to now operate at 345 kilovolts. The proposed project includes three components: operating and interconnecting the line between Bourne and Barnstable at 345 kV, expanding the Eversource-owned West Barnstable substation to provide support for the higher voltage 345 kV operations, and constructing a new 345 kV switching station in Bourne. Collectively, the project. Eversource also has requested zoning relief related to the construction and operation of the expansion planned at West Barnstable Substation. You all should have received a copy of the draft exhibit list from Eversource, which identifies the documents filed by the company to date in this proceeding, including the initial filings, subsequent updates, and responses provided to the information requests issued by the Siting Board staff and the town of Barnstable. I would like to remind everyone that if you have any additional documents that you would like to use during questioning, you should provide a copy of that document to all the parties so we have a chance to review the document and mark that document for identification purposes. Documents which have been marked for identification do not become part of the official record of the case until the end of the evidentiary hearings. When a motion is made to move those documents into evidence and any objections related to those documents becoming part of the record can be addressed. In addition, the record underlying case is part of the record in this proceeding as well. Are there any preliminary matters to address before we begin with testimony from the company? After the company concludes with the presentation of Eversource's direct case, we will begin with questions from the bench and follow with questions from interveners. At this time, if anyone has any scheduling constraints related to the days scheduled for this week, please let me know now.
Tom LaRosa, I need to drop off shortly at 2 o'clock for about 15 minutes, but then we'll join back in.
Okay, we can take a break while you're off.
Yep.
If there's nothing else, would the company like to present its witnesses, and I will swear them in?
Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. Attorney Kaler will do that on behalf of the company and introduce our witnesses for swearing in purposes and conduct a direct examination.
Thank you.
So I'll read off the 10 witnesses for Eversource by name. Elizabeth Pietrantuono, Megan Akinfora, Stephen Dudek, Ronit Goldstein, Mark Richards, Denise Bartone, Michael Howard, Clint Sear, Janny Dong, and John Zico.
Just because of the way that it might be recorded in this video of the evidentiary hearings, could each witness, in the order in which they've been named by Mr. Kaler, raise their hand and say "I do" after I give you the oath? So, do each of you testify that you are telling the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Please raise your hand and say, "I do."
I do.
I do.
Oh,
I do.
Can you slow down just so David can
no,
take it?
I don't know who's saying it. There's too many people on the screen.
That's why we have to do it one at a time. So, Elizabeth, could you start again and then give a minute after she's sworn in before Megan proceeds?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Oh, who's
I
that?
do.
Who's that?
Denise, can you just reaffirm? Sorry.
I do.
Is that Bartone?
Yes. Mike Howard, please.
I do.
Mr. Seer,
I do.
Janie Dong,
I do.
and Mr. Zico.
I do.
We need
Thank
Mr. Richards too.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, we will go in the same order for the direct exams. So Ms. Pietra Tuano. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Elizabeth Pietrantuono, Eversource. My address is 56 Prospect Street, Hartford, Connecticut, 06103.
What is your position with Eversource?
Transmission Project Director in the Transmission Major Project Management and Construction Group.
What has been your role on behalf of the Cape Cod Solutions Phase 2 project?
I'm the Project Director of the Cape Cod Solution Program and have been for the last 11 months.
On what topics are you prepared to testify?
General, construction, and relationship with Park City Wind.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or updates to make for the record to the materials provided in this proceeding thus far?
Yes, I have 3 updates I'd like to make. The first is in Exhibit EV2 on page 5. The 5th bullet on the page discuss the need to modify existing structure 144-91. Since filing, engineering has progressed and it is determined that this modification is no longer required. This has been updated with Exhibit EV1G revision filed in October of 23. The second is that last Friday, NSTAR and Park City Wind executed an amended and restated Settlement Transmission Support Agreement, or TSA. This amended and restated TSA updates the schedule and cost for the project. The overall cost for the Phase 2 upgrade has increased from $154.7 million to $197 million. The planned in-service date in the TSA has shifted from April of 2026 to October of 2027. This results in a corresponding change to our construction sequence that changes the overall duration from 18 months to 30 months. We are still hoping to do some site prep and vegetation removal this fall after receiving the appropriate siting and environmental approvals. The majority of the work associated with the TSA is expected to commence next spring. Finally, I'd like to update the construction for the Phase 1 Mid-Cape line. That construction has been completed and the line was placed in service at 115 kV last Thursday, May 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. And with those changes, do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
My apologies. One question, Ms. Pietrantuono. The transcript states that the project cost increased from 145.7 million to 197 million. Is that accurate?
154.7.
Please state the correct project cost.
In the exhibit EV-1, the project cost was listed as 154.7, and that has changed to 197.
Thank you.
Right.
No further questions. Ms. Akinfora? Good morning, Ms. Akinfora.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Megan Akinfora, Burns and McDonnell, 7 Wells Avenue, Newton, Massachusetts, 02459.
And what is your position with Burns and McDonnell?
I am a public involvement specialist.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I have been supporting all efforts related to outreach to the public.
And on what topics are you prepared to testify?
Anything in relation to the outreach efforts to the public as a part of this project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials that bear your name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dudek.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Stephen Dudek with Eversource. Eversource's address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass. 02090, and I'm the senior project manager with Project Services.
Thank you. And what has been your role on behalf of this project?
Outreach, stakeholder engagement.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify?
Yes.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Goldstein.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Ronit Goldstein with Eversource, 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource?
Manager of Community Relations for Massachusetts.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
Community Relations and municipal and stakeholder outreach.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record today?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Richards.
Morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Mark Richards, Eversource, 47 Station 5, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
This is a very, very poor connection. Are we in agreement?
Yeah, we're having some problems hearing you, Mr. Richards. There's some, I don't know, reverberation through your mic. Could you either adjust your microphone or use an alternative microphone for your testimony?
How's my audio quality now? Same?
It's still a little scratchy.
Not sure what to do. Let me unplug the headset and see if that helps. Can you hear me?
I
Better.
can. That's better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So again, Mark Richards, Eversource. business address 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource Energy?
I'm the Vice President of Sustainability and Environmental Affairs.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
Providing periodic environmental, technical, and strategic support.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
General environmental topics with a focus on oil and hazardous material management.
And are you in effect stepping into the shoes of Mr. DeFusco for purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear Mr. DeFusco's name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all those materials that bear Mr. DeFusco's name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bartone.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Denise Bartone with Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource Energy?
Director of Licensing and Permitting.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I supervise the environmental permitting for this project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am stepping in for Mr. DeFusco for purposes of this proceeding. I will be testifying on the materials provided by Mr. DeFusco to date in this proceeding, as well as any other environmental issues that arise during these hearings.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear Mr. DeFusco's name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear Mr. DeFusco's name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Howard.
Good morning, Mr. Kaler.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
For the record, my name is Michael Howard. I work for Epsilon Associates, Inc. We are located at 3 Mill and Main Place, Suite 250, Maynard, Massachusetts, 01754.
And what is your position with Epsilon Associates?
I'm the managing principal.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
My primary role has been to assist and support Eversource with the environmental impact analyses and the environmental permitting efforts.
On what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify primarily on environmental related topics.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Do you have any changes to those?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Sear.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Certainly, Clint Sear with Epsilon Associates, Inc., located at 3 Mill and Main Place, Suite 250 in Maynard, Massachusetts, 01754.
And what is your position with Epsilon Associates?
I'm a lead engineer in acoustics.
What's been your role on behalf of the project?
I've been assisting in supporting Eversource in the environmental noise impact studies.
And are those the topics that you're prepared to testify today?
Yes.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make to those materials provided thus far that bear your name?
I do not.
Do Do you adopt those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Dunn.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Jingyuan Dong, Eversource Energy, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource?
Manager of Transmission System Planning.
What has been your role on behalf of the project?
I support the project on transmission planning matters.
And are those the topics on which you're prepared to testify?
Project needs and alternatives.
Thank you.
Thank
Were
you.
the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And our cleanup hitter, Mr. Zico.
Good morning, Mr. Kaler.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Yes. My name is John M. Zico. I'm employed by Eversource Energy Services Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource?
I am the Director of Capital Projects Engineering in the Substation and Transmission Line Engineering Group.
What has been your role on behalf of this project?
I and others reporting to me have been responsible for the management and conduct of the engineering related to the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify to the engineering considerations for any aspect of the petition.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record at this time?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. No further questions, Presiding Officer Sharkey. The panel is available.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Mr. Strasberg, would you like to begin with questioning the witnesses?
I would. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nathaniel Strasberg, and I'm an energy analyst with the siting division. I'll begin my line of questioning with a focus on some general topics, and my questions will be directed toward the entire team. To begin, please describe the project and any changes to it since the petitions.
I will answer that question. Thank you. The project is to energize the previously energized 115 line for the Mid-Cape line at 345. It includes the expansion of the West Barnstable substation to accommodate the higher 345 kV voltage, as well as the installation of a new Bourne 345 switching station. That there's no changes to the project other than those I presented in my direct testimony.
Let's now turn to EFSB-G-9. Please let me know when you're ready.
I can no longer hear you.
I'm sorry, can folks hear me at this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We'll now refer to EFSB-G-9. Please let me know when you're ready.
Am I the only one? I cannot hear.
I think it might
sounds
be
like
a
I can't
problem
hear anybody.
then with Sounds like a problem with her internet connection or audio.
Off the record while we sort it out.
Yes, thank you, David.
Okay, I can hear again. Sorry.
Thank you. Back on the record?
Nope. No.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
Let's now refer to EFSB G-9. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Can the company elaborate on how it would address an abutter issue with construction or post-construction conditions?
Will start to answer this, and I will call on my colleague, Mr. Dudek, to help strengthen my response if needed. So we typically work with abutters and meeting with them to discuss the construction and any concerns raised during the construction. And we'll typically work through a personalized response as needed to address any concerns. Mr. Dudek, anything to add?
I think you got it. We try to make sure we're very transparent with the abutters, very communicative, try to provide them notice when construction begins, and also work with them if there's any restoration needs, and make sure that we answer all of their complaints and concerns if needed.
In the event of a contingent circumstance regarding the abutters, what would be the primary channel of communication or the primary channels of communication that would be used to work out issues with them?
So I can answer that for you. So we have a project hotline, both a telephone number as well as a email that they can utilize. We converse both through telephone, email, and if needed, we do schedule in-person meetings to discuss their complaints and make sure that we can resolve any issues or concerns that they may have.
Let's now refer to EFSB G-10. Please let me know when you're ready.
Ready?
Describe the frequency of site visits for post-construction monitoring. How often would these visits include checks on equipment functioning and dielectric fluid?
Eversource has a policy to visit the substations at a minimum on a monthly basis to complete these checks.
And I'll add that, you know, the once a month is the minimum for a routine surveillance visit. As a practical matter, depending on what activity there is in the system for switching or maintenance or other things, people may be going in there more frequently, and they are trained to look for abnormal conditions such as oil leakage or fluid leakage during those visits, even though that may not be the primary reason.
Regarding the once a month visit, can you speak to the thoroughness of the inspection, please?
I can. They do a surveillance visit around the yard. They visually inspect each piece of equipment. Again, you know, in the case of a fluid-filled piece of equipment, they would specifically be looking for, you know, leaking or fluid seeping from any joints or seams in it. They would also visually inspect the alarm gauges and pressure switches to make sure that they're all reading normal and that normal levels and that there are no alarms in. They would also check the integrity of the control circuits, control system voltages by looking at meters. And those will give them a health check that the alarm circuitry is indeed working. Those are some of the high level things that they look for.
Mr. Zico, would you also like to address the SCADA monitoring for this equipment?
I would, thank you. Yes. So the equipment is outfitted with various alarm instruments that will set an alarm, and they go via the SCADA center, via SCADA supervisory control and data acquisition to our operations center that is staffed 24/7. And upon receipt of an alarm, they will dispatch an operator to the facility to see what the source of the alarm was and react accordingly.
Let's now refer to TOB -N*-8 parens 1.
You said that.
Please let me know when you're ready.
Could you read that again, Nathan?
Sure. Let's now refer to TOB -N*-8 parens 1.
Ready?
Have any of the witnesses had experience implementing the company's spill prevention control and countermeasure master plan? If yes, please describe any challenges you experience implementing the plan.
I can take that question. With respect to challenges, depending how you define challenges, we have not experienced any challenges with implementing an SPCC plan. If you have a specific challenge in mind, I could maybe expand on that.
I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's refer to EFSB-CM-15. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Please state why several 345 kV electrical outages are scheduled.
This is to allow for the new equipment to be connected to the transmission grid system. We would require outages to cut in the lines into the new stations, as well as install new equipment such as the stations themselves.
In circumstances that require schedule adjustments, how does the company ensure that the impacts of the most disruptive activities in terms of noise, vibrations, lighting, and emissions are minimized?
We look to do those work in the during the day to minimize any impacts to abutters. There are some instances where some work needs to occur outside of our normal activity work hours, but we would look to minimize any noise construction as much as possible.
Let's now turn to EFSB-CM-17. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Did company meetings with the town ever include officials from locally elected or appointed bodies? And if yes, are you aware of any votes at local town meetings taken based on issues raised or discussed at such meetings?
I would like to call on my colleague, Mrs. Goldstein, to answer that question.
Sure, Mr. Strasberg, could you just repeat the question for clarity on my part?
Of course.
Thank you.
Did company meetings with the town ever include officials from locally elected or appointed bodies? And if yes, are you aware of any votes at local town meetings taken based on issues raised or discussed at such company town meetings?
So with respect to the first part of the question, the company met with town officials that are staff members in a more formal manner. The company did interact with elected officials on a more informal manner, and I'm not aware of any votes that were taken pertaining to those meetings or those matters at town meetings or public meetings.
Let's now turn to EFSB CM-18. Please let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Would an exigent need to extend work hours ever leave the company without time to seek written approval from the town?
There could be an emergency need to extend work hours. However, we would reach out to the town as soon as that need was raised in the field.
Let's now turn to the zoning petition dated February 28th, 2023 at page 32. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I have it ready.
There it states, all proposed structures, and this refers to the West Barnstable substation, are below 30 feet with the exception of 2 new transition structures that will be 161 feet in height, 2 shielding masts that will be approximately 75 feet in height, and the auto transformer that will be approximately 32 feet in height. Has the company conducted visual assessments or simulations regarding the impact of these proposed structures on the view sheds of abutting residences? If not, could the company conduct such measures?
A visual assessment has been conducted. I would ask if my colleague Mike Howard could address any specific questions on that.
Sure, happy to. Again, for the record, Mike Howard from Epsilon Associates. Mr. Strasberg, the company did include a visual assessment for work in and around the West Barnstable substation expansion, including the related ancillary structures that are described in the filing. That document can be found as attachment EV2 parens J parens REV is in revised.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just to round out the question, Mr. Strasberg, if you're looking at the PDF version of it, I'm just going to jump towards the latter part of the report. And I'll reference a page for you in a minute.
Mr. Howard, if you could share your screen.
Oh, of course. Yes.
That would be
Thank you
super
for saying that.
helpful. Yep.
Yes, will do. Can you see my screen, Mr. Strasberg?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So Appendix D of the report includes photo simulations from different vantage points around the West Barnstable substation facility. And I'm going to go through these and walk you through what the sims show in regard to the question you just posed to Liz. So this is figure D1 in the photo sims. This is an existing conditions photo at the time the analysis was taken of what the station looks like from this vantage point on Oak Street. Okay, that's existing at the time the photo was taken. The second image is that same photo, existing conditions base map, Mr. Strasberg, but it shows 3 transmission line structures now. Structure 91 is the recently constructed steel monopole for the Mid-Cape Reliability Project Phase 1. The 2 transition structures that you've likely referenced in the zoning petition are on either side of it. This is structure 39992 and 39982. So this is what, from this view shed, Mr. Strasberg, the facility would look like after the installation work is complete. In the back, because there's a lot of substation equipment out here now, but if you look carefully, I'll go back to the first photo just to calibrate you. Here's the existing substation equipment here. If you can see my mouse moving, Mr. Strasberg, and let me know if you can't, can you? Okay. In the second photo, you see the structure, and you can see in the back where the new substation facility is now interwoven into the landscape of what's already out there. In this light brown color image back here, Mr. Strasberg, is the retaining wall that was used to minimize impacts on the site with regards to consolidating the footprint. So that's from Oak Street. The second photo is from further down the right-of-way. So Oak Street and the substation are here where my mouse is. You can see a truck driving down Oak Street. This is further down the right-of-way. Again, existing condition photo at the time the sims were performed. The next photo shows a few things. These D poles, Mr. Strasberg, D291, 292, and 293, those were the relocated distribution poles from the Mid-Cape Reliability Project Phase 1. They used to exist on the other side of the right-of-way, but they're moved to this side of the right-of-way to create space for the Mid-Cape transmission structures, which is this structure 91, which you saw closer up at Oak Street a few minutes ago. Okay, so these are essentially the existing condition as it exists today. The 2 structures that have not been constructed yet, Mr. Strasberg, and are which the subject of this proceeding are, again, these 2 transition structures. Structure 39982, which is this one on the left, and 39992, which is this one on the right.
Pardon me, I have to stop as a call reporter. You have to make it really, really clear when you're saying transmission structure or transition structure. It's very hard to hear on the internet.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. I'll repeat it again just so it's clear for the record. The transmission structure 91 is what was constructed for the Mid-Cape Reliability Project. The 2 transition structures are, again, 39982 and 39992 on this photo sim that's on my screen right now. I'm happy to answer whatever other questions you might have, Mr. Strasberg.
In that context, let's refer to EFSB-CM-19. Please let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready, sir.
Explain why the company cannot work on visual mitigation with the abutters now, rather than waiting until construction commences.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Strasberg. For this question, I'm going to ask my colleague, Stephen Dudek, to provide a response. Stephen?
Yes. So in that response, we do have preliminary conversations with the abutters. But what we like to talk to the abutters is actually see how it looks when the construction is completed, because therefore we are able to have the landscape architect available and actually understand what the perspective of the land looks like when construction is completed, versus having a hypothetical conversation with them, drafting up plans, redoing our work. So we do give them the conversation what's going to be, but the opportunity to sort of see how the layout of the land is after construction is completed.
So if I could interrupt briefly, Mr. Strasberg.
Please.
Does the company have, for example, options that it might ordinarily employ in these types of situations that it discusses with the abutters before concluding what might be most appropriate after construction is finished?
Yes, so we do have some preliminary conversations with the abutters while construction is happening and in the restoration process. So we can give them an idea of sort of the type of species that may be able to fit in. Of course, we want it to be natural to Cape Cod. We sort of talk to them what it may look like, what they are hoping to get for in the restoration process. So we do have these conversations in the meantime, but we do want to bring in the expert in, such as a landscape architect, to meet with them after the area is restored to have a completed plan. So we do talk to them, we do have a conversation, we work with them on what their needs are, but we also want to make sure that they can then visualize what the lay of the land is before we solidify a restoration plan.
And are the options that you might discuss with them based on the company's previous experience with similar situations in construction of other transmission lines?
Yep, most definitely. We want to make sure that we're in compliance with the regulations of the transmission line, right? We don't want to plant something and then a year or two later cut it out. That's not good for the company. That's not good for the abutter. So we do have specialists. We have arborists and environmental specialists as well that meet with the abutters to make sure that they are aware of, if they want to take on the planting themselves, what they can plant, what is the approved species, just to make sure that we're not redoing our work or having to take out any trees or bushes in the future.
And do those discussions and proposals that the company might present, are they coordinated with the vegetation management activities that the company pursues in terms of maintaining the transmission right of ways?
Yep. So we make sure we communicate with the vegetation department, veg management internally, so they're aware of what's going on, what we've agreed to with the abutters, to make sure that everyone is on the same page and to prevent any miscommunication in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Strasberg, I'm sorry I'll turn the questioning back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Let's now turn to TOB-N*-9. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
How does the company ensure that its contractors, per contractual obligations, properly document right-of-way conditions and report, prevent, minimize, and/or repair damage?
So we would typically have a contractor take photos or videos at the beginning of a project to document the pre-construction conditions. And we would then post-project take similar pictures and walk down with the contractor to identify any restoration that needed to be restored back to the original. And we look to improve that from when working in the right of way and at our substations.
Between pre and post, are there any forms of ensuring contractor activities at the site?
Yes, we do visual inspections during construction by various members of the team, including environmental, project management, and construction.
Let's now turn to Phase 2 EFSB project change letter dated February 28th, 2023 at page 16. Please let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
The company states temporary lighting may be necessary for overnight work at the Bourne switching station site in very limited instances. Please describe what those very limited instances would be.
I will start to describe, and I may call on my colleague John Zico to add if he has anything to add to that. But typically that would be minor, quiet construction activities. Could consist of some commissioning activities that need to happen off hours to develop outages. This could happen for transformer filling. However, there is no transformer at the Bourne 345 station, so it would not be required at that site. John, do you have anything to add to that?
With regard to the construction, no, I believe you've covered it.
What would be the duration of those activities?
It is dependent on the outage sequence or the required, but typically it would be a single night for transformer filling, again, not at Bourne station, but it could occur over 2 to 3 days, 2 to 3 nights.
What types of vehicles would be involved in such activities?
Worker vehicles, pickup trucks, vans as such.
Would there be similar activities at the West Barnstable substation?
Yes, the same activities would occur at the West Barnstable station with the addition of there is a transformer at the West Barnstable substation. So there would be transformer filling, which has to occur continuously. There would be a oil processing rig at the site during that time.
So could you please describe what the nature of transformer filling would be, what the activities are?
Yes, I can do that, Ms. Sharkey. It's much like filling a refrigeration system. So the first step would be there would be a vacuum drawn on the transformer, and that vacuum would have to be held for a certain amount of time. It depends on the outside temperature how long that is. And that would tell the people performing the transformer processing that any moisture inside the tank has been removed. Moisture is detrimental to the insulation system. The next step would be to break that vacuum with hot insulating fluid and then circulate that insulating fluid through the transformer. Again, there would be stop points and hold points to pull vacuum. The exact number and duration would depend on a number of factors of how much residual moisture was left in the transformer and weather conditions. That would continue until the transformer, till the results came back that everything was dry in the transformer. And then at that point, they would slowly begin to fill the transformer with insulating fluid. This uses as Ms. Pierre-Antoine had said, transformer processing unit, which has a vacuum pump and other equipment enclosed, and oil pumps or fluid pumps in an enclosed. There would also be several tankers with insulating fluid as well as an emergency, or I'm sorry, a generator to power the whole, the entire
Backing?
system while they were processing. I'll also emphasize that, you know, we do this all the time. We have some stations that are downtown Boston that share party walls with hotels, and we've processed oil in those 24/7 and have not, I'm not aware that we've gotten any complaints over sound or any other deleterious items.
So is this necessary anytime a new transformer is installed, or also when you are replacing a transformer?
Certain transformers will come pre-filled with insulating fluid. However, the vast majority of the transformers that we use on the system do not fall into that category. So yes, when they're received, they do need to be processed. If the fluid needs to be taken out for some reason, they would need to be processed. So yeah, anytime you basically expose the interior of the transformer to atmospheric air, you need to do some level of processing to it.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Mr. Strasberg?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Would lighting be available, would lighting be visible from adjacent residences during such activities?
I'm unable to answer that question at this time.
As far as the vacuum filling goes, I'll just kind of try to fill in here a little bit. As far as the processing goes, that would not require that we would light up the entire site. It would be, you know, the lighting would be task oriented as opposed to you know, area oriented, and it also would not likely require uplighting, so the lighting would all be directed so that people walking around where they were going, if they did need to look up at a gauge on a transformer to see how full it was or check the temperature, they would likely use a flashlight for that. And, you know, just point the flashlight up and look up at the gauge and shut it off.
Let's now refer to the same document at page 19. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
If the company were to encounter contaminated soil or other regulated materials during construction of the project, what would be the company's response?
I'd like to.
Yep, go ahead, sorry.
Nope, just was going to refer to you.
Thank you. So thank you for the question. If we were to encounter contaminated soil during construction, multiple events would occur. We have a on-call environmental field response team that would mobilize to the site within 2 hours of discovery and assess the conditions that were encountered, and then make appropriate notifications to the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. And then based on conditions evaluated, then we would implement response actions, which may include a variety of measures, likely excavation of materials and removal from the property. But in full compliance with the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, the MCP, Eversource has on staff licensed site professionals, LSPs. I am an LSP. We have other LSPs on staff, and we have multiple vendors, consultants who provide us technical support also for these types of situations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Strasberg? Are you about to move to a new topic?
So this does conclude the first portion of my questions, and I'd like to know if any of my colleagues would like to follow up at this time.
And I was just asking because I think it might be an appropriate time if we are going to move to a new topic
Yes.
Yes.
to take our mid-morning break.
Ms. Sharkey, could I just ask one confirmation question?
Go ahead, Mr. Wong.
Thank you. I believe it was Miss Pietrantuono. I just wanted to confirm the scheduled outages that the petition described, those are scheduled for this project, is that correct? It's not for, they weren't pre-scheduled for something else.
They're scheduled for this project, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Sharkey, I'm all set for now.
Thank you. Since it's just past 10 after 11, why don't we take a 10-minute break if that's appropriate for Mr. Arsenal's purposes? In that case, let's go off the record and we'll come back at 11:20.
Hey, Marie. Hey, I was just emailing you back. When I was looking in the construction management folder, they're not there. But when I go into the individual response folder, they are there. Okay, got it. So yeah, they're in one location, but not in the other location. So I have them. That's why I was confused. I got them. All right. Oh, yeah, no, Megan just pointed them out for me, so I'm all set now.
Okay, let's go back on the record. David Arsenal, your video's off, so I'm checking as to whether you're ready to go back on. David, just let me know when you're ready to go back on the record.
I think I am. I have more papers around me than I can possibly wade through.
Okay, thanks.
Right. And I'm gonna ask a little bit of liberty, during the course of these, if witnesses can take my job into account. If I'm getting a little behind, if I can just interrupt and have you repeat something and continue on. I would like it, I would like to disturb as little as possible, but sometimes I just get behind on something, and I can let my certain errors go by, but there's some I'd rather get on the spot. For instance, I would have interrupted transmission right away, but the flow was going, and so I waited till the end, and I would like to do that a little sooner. So you can bear with me on that. I appreciate it.
Sure, we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's go back on the record. I'm gonna interject at this point, and I'd like to ask some questions about the project changes that were discussed in the company's direct testimony this morning. Particularly with regard to the testimony that the company and Park City Wind have executed an amended transmission support agreement, and the perhaps project cost changes. So first I'd like to ask about the amended transmission support agreement.
Okay.
And as the siting board's first record request, I'd like to ask for a copy of that amended support agreement. That would be EFSB record request number 1.
Presiding Officer Sharkey.
Yes.
There's no problem with the company responding to that, except for the following. It's executed and it will take a little time to put together, and the intent is to make a FERC filing, which is required as part of that. And it may take a bit of time to assemble the filing that would be submitted to FERC and have all the documents together. So it's not my particular area, so I don't know how quickly that'll come together. It's more a matter of timing that I was advised may take a bit of time and may extend beyond the normal 5 days. But again, there's no problem providing the siting board a copy of the documents.
And I'm assuming, since it's going to be a FERC filing, that there would not necessarily be a accompanying motion for protective treatment. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is something we looked into before this hearing, and the information will be when it's submitted to FERC.
And at this point, can the company comment on the general terms of the amended agreement?
Yes, I can comment on that. The general terms as far the agreement are relatively the same. There is schedule adjustments that I mentioned in my direct testimony to the in-service date, as well as the timing of Park City Wind giving us our full notice to proceed for construction. There is also some changes in the terms as it relates to Park City's Wind's repayment of the costs incurred for the phase 2 upgrades.
And does the amended agreement address additional facilities to be constructed for the benefit of PCW that were not identified earlier?
Yes, it does include those additional scope items that were submitted in our revised version of CM22.
So if we take a look at your response to EFSB CM22 parentheses S1 close parentheses that was filed May 8th, in that response, the company addressed 3 additional proposed underground duct bank stub outs as new facilities that would, or new construction that would take place at the Bourne switching station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in addition, the company identified 4 additional proposed underground duct bank stub outs to be constructed at the West Barnstable substation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I will note that the reference $2.9 million for these additional stub outs is included in the overall price that I gave of $197 million.
And to the extent that are these the sole additional facilities that are going to be constructed pursuant to the amended transmission support agreement?
The original scope associated with the TSA did not include the 115 breaker at West Barnstable, which is included in our filings. So the amended and restated transmission support agreement does capture that addition as well. It also captures discrepancy in the foundation that was included in the scope for both West Barnstable and Bourne 345 switching station to better align with what was in our filing.
And can you comment on the extent to which these additional facilities could expand the capacity of the interconnection that the company could provide to PCW?
They don't directly expand the capacity available to Park City Wind. However, they are prudent industry practice or construction practice to install these stub outs during the phase 2 construction to avoid impacts to outages that could impact Park City Wind in the future, to install these future connections to the station.
So would you characterize them as improvements to the reliability of the interconnection service that would be provided to Park City Wind?
These would yes, I would describe them in that they could avoid potential impacts to their Park City Wind in the future during future construction. I would also like to clarify to the question on outages also asked by Mr. Wang before the break, that the planned outages that we speak to are in reference to certain components on our system. They do not impact customers. They're not customer outages. They're within our system.
So are you saying that the planned outages would not affect distribution customers,
That is correct, yes.
but they could potentially affect the
Yes, they-
interconnection services to PCW?
Yes.
And you also stated that the increase in the cost of the project had increased from 154.7 million to approximately 197 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And approximately 2.9 million was associated with the improvements that were discussed in EFSB CM-22 parens S1 close parens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me what the other sources of increase in the $197 million total could be attributed to?
Yes, as I mentioned, there were two updates to this amended and restated TSA to include scope that was not in was not addressed in our original TSA, but is in our filing, the 115 breaker at West Barnstable and the foundation size at the two stations. This also, the change is primarily driven by the schedule, so the adjustment of the start of construction shifting out, as well as the overall duration of the project being extended.
So in addition to the facilities, the additional facilities that you identified today, the extent to which the construction schedule is being extended, is that the primary source of the increase in the project?
I would say it is one of two main drivers, the other being the delay. So the estimated costs are escalated to reflect the delayed start of construction.
Did you say delayed start of construction?
Delayed, yes.
So, for example, increases in potential cost of materials, labor, is that what you're
Yes.
attributing the increase to?
Yes, so the overall schedule, as well as the increased cost of material and labor estimated for the project.
And your estimate is now that the construction on the interconnection and the work being performed at the switching station and the West Barnstable substation would be completed by October 2027. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you tell me how many months is the extension assumed for the construction period?
The
From the
overall
original estimate.
I'm sorry,
yes,
I didn't hear, I did not hear the end of your question.
From the original estimate.
Yes, so the original estimate was 18 months of construction, and which had several activities working in parallel. And with the revised schedule, some of these activities are in sequence. So the revised construction schedule is now about 30 months.
And can I also ask you, I know with regard to construction of the underlying project and the compliance information that the company has been providing, that the company has found it necessary to extend the normal project work hours fairly frequently through the course of the completion of the construction of the underlying project. Does the company anticipate that in order to meet the new construction deadline for the project change part of the Mid-Cape Reliability Project, that would continue to be an issue for the company?
So while we
That it
look,
would-
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, in terms of whether there would be an ongoing need to extend the work hours outside the normal 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. time periods?
Yeah, so as we would look to avoid that as much as possible, there are circumstances that could require the need to request additional work hours on the second phase of this project. And those could be related to severe weather impacts to our construction schedule, the presence of below grade conditions, i.e. rock or unsuitable soils that could delay the construction progress. Also during, if there are widespread customer outages, we would divert resources to support the restoration of those customers, which could also impact the overall schedule. And those things could cause us to need additional hours on the phase 2 project as well.
But I guess what I'm partially asking is if in order to meet the October 2027 deadline for the completion of construction, is the timing of that particular deadline expected to require a greater than normal escalation of work hours on the project?
I would say it's not expected to require a greater than normal request for extended hours. We would look to minimize that, and with the change in the overall duration of construction, we could, in doing less tasks at the same time, that does improve the likelihood that we would not need them. However, I cannot say that we would not need them altogether.
Could I ask you to take a look at the attachments to that were provided as part of EFSB CM-22 parens S1 close parens?
Yes, I have those in front of me.
Can you identify the differences in the attached figure 3 of the Bourne switching station from the photographs that were originally provided in attachment C of the project change letter? The October project change letter.
Yes, there are three stub outs that are shown in kind of a gray with a black outline that extend from the substation equipment outwards to about the property line or the fence line at the station.
So are those what is labeled as structure 399-1, for example?
For 399-1, there is the blue line, or I'll say blue, that goes out to that structure. That was in the original.
I did,
Oh,
that was
yeah.
or was not?
It was. Just above that, where that connects at the substation, there is a short line that extends from the substation equipment to the fence line. That is what I'm referring to. Again, and it's just below that, there is a straight line that extends from the substation equipment to the fence line again. And on the east side of the substation, headed towards structure 3998-1, there is the blue line that goes to the structure that was in the original filing, and the one just below that that does not reach all the way to the structure would be the future stub.
So if I could ask you, could you actually share that figure so that, and show me with your cursor
Yes.
what you're referring to?
Yes,
Thank
if you could please give me a moment to open that file.
Thank you.
Liz, if it's helpful, I have it on my screen. I'm happy to share it.
Yes.
For you to talk through. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Sharkey, can you just repeat the exhibit that you're referring to? I just want to make sure I have the
Sure,
right one
it's
up.
the response to EFSB-CM-22 parens S1 close parens, which was filed May 8th.
Okay.
And it's the updates of the aerial views.
Thank you. Can you see my screen, Liz and Ms. Sharkey?
Yes, but could you
Yes.
make it a little bigger, please, Mr. Howard?
Of course.
Thank you.
And Liz, I'm
Okay.
happy to walk through if you want to narrate what you were explaining to Ms. Sharkey. I'm happy to show with my mouse.
Thank you. So looking at the west side of the station towards the north end of the station, there's about a gray line that extends right where from the substation equipment to the fence line. That is one of the future stub outs that we are proposing. And moving south from that one, there is a second that's, oops.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Liz. I hate when it does that. There we go.
But so they're the dark lines that extend out from the
Yes.
roughly rectangular structures that are labeled in red on the aerial. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I am understanding what you're referring to.
So there are so are they, for example, if you look at what's labeled as structure 399-1,
Yes.
are the stub outs the gray lines that appear to run at an angle into that box?
No, that is the underground route from the GIS equipment at Bourne Switching Station to that structure 399-1.
Okay, so those are just poles, for example, that show up on the aerial, is that correct?
Yes, and the square represents our work area for that.
So could you
Did you hold
poles,
yes.
Poles, PU? They are.
POLES?
Please go.
So can you show me using the cursor where the
There's
step
one
outs are
just
again?
above that referenced line that my colleague Mike Howard is highlighting with his cursor. Can you?
Okay, so they're running out of the yellow line side of the new KV station. Is that correct?
That is correct. And there's 3 of them, one that Mike is highlighting with his cursor now, and then one on the east side that he is highlighting, and then one to the south.
And can you describe simply for the record what a duck bank stub out is?
Yes, so we would install the duck bank that could be used for pulling underground cables in the future, but we would not be installing any of the cables. It would just be the duct bank with the conduits needed for future use that would be plugged at the end and stubbed for future use.
And so you're basically taking the opportunity of the planned construction to allow for the opportunity of future interconnection.
Yes, yes, these are much easily installed now without the interference of the future of the station that will be installed as part of this hearing.
And by doing the installation now as opposed to later, does that avoid potential interruptions that might otherwise be associated with the installation of those future interconnections?
They would avoid or minimize the required system outages that could impact Park City Wind, but would not impact customers.
As in distribution customers?
Distribution customers, yes.
And if we can look at figure 6, which was the next attachment provided with that response.
Ms. Sharkey, figure 6 is West Barnstable Substation, correct?
That is, thank you, Mr. Howard.
With your permission, I'll share my screen again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on this drawing, the pink lines that you see leaving the substation equipment headed towards the yellow fence line, 3 on the west side and 1 on the east side of the station, are the future stub outs.
And then it also indicates there's also an indication where it says Park City Wind property within the yellow line.
Yes.
Is that property which will be or is planned to be transferred to Eversource?
Yes, a portion of that is planned to be transferred to Eversource. We have executed an agreement of such on March 22nd of 2024 that is currently in a due diligence period that ends in September of 24.
And where it says see separate New England Wind 1 connector filing for details associated with the duct bank interconnection, would that be the Park City Wind filing that was made with the Energy Facility Siting Board?
Yes, that would be correct. Those are the interconnection cables that connect the Park City Wind substation to the West Barnstable substation.
And were those interconnections already approved as part of the Park City Wind filing?
Yes.
Final decision issued by the Siting Board?
Yes, I believe so.
And would you anticipate any changes in the design of the interconnection that's already submitted to Siting Board in the separate Park City Wind filing?
I'd like to refer to my colleague John Zico to answer that question.
I need to clarify the Siting Board's FERC Park City Wind filing?
No.
No. Okay.
You could say earlier if you needed
I think you right. You meant first, I think is what
I think that's probably what I
yeah,
did say.
okay.
Thank you.
I do not anticipate any changes to the duct bank that's labeled New England Wind 1 connector that's shown on this exhibit, that this attachment that we now have in front of us. Caused by the addition of these, that would be caused by the addition of these stub outs.
Would the interconnection facilities that would eventually be installed using the stub outs you've described require further approval from ISO New England?
I would need to defer to Ms. Dong on that. I do not have my finger on the pulse of all of the goings on at ISO with regard to these.
Beyond the upgrades needed by Park City Wind, any additional interconnection facilities required for future offshore wind projects will be identified in ISO New England's system impact studies for those interconnection requests. So the short answer is yes, system impact studies will be done to confirm the required upgrades for future offshore wind projects.
And can you tell me, have those system impact studies been initiated?
There are system impact studies initiated for offshore wind interconnection requests currently in the queue. Some of them are being studied, yes.
And I would just add that as we determine the path of these stub outs that we've talked about both at West Barnstable and Bourne, we looked at where cables could enter and leave as they approached the facilities or got close to the facilities. It's really, as far as where the other end of the cable is, this is fairly agnostic to that.
So I guess,
Ms. Sharkey, can I just make a sort of a request that the record doesn't get muddled on a particular point? There was some discussion in the questioning and on the graphic about New England Wind 1 connector. And for the most part, we've been talking about Park City Wind in terms of the nomenclature for the project that will be interconnecting with Eversource's system. I think the witnesses could explain if there's any confusion about those two names and the relationship between those parties or those names as it relates to this project and what's before the siting board. Would you be okay with?
oh, yes, I'm okay. I was just waiting for the witnesses
Okay.
to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig.
Yeah, I can clarify that distinction. So we have,
Who's speaking?
sorry, Elizabeth Pietrantuono.
Thank you.
Our agreement is with Park City Wind, and we have been referencing Park City Wind. However, Park City Wind has renamed their project to the New England Wind 1 connector, but the entity is still Park City Wind.
So, for example, if I can ask the company about their familiarity with ISO's 2050 transmission study, would anyone on the panel be able to comment on that?
Ms. Sharkey, I will try. I'm aware of the ISO New England 2050 transmission study.
So generally, it's my understanding that the study looks at a variety of different points of interconnection, including among them the West Barnstable substation for interconnections with offshore wind projects. And what I'm curious about is, would, for example, these stub outs, new stub outs that are proposed, be part of future facilities which might be available to interconnect additional offshore wind capacity?
I am not aware ISO New England's 2050 transmission study identified specifically the needs for the stub outs that was discussed at West Barnstable or Bourne. But I'm aware there are active offshore wind interconnection requests in the queue at the stations. So from my engineering understanding, I can comment it is possible those stub outs may be used for future interconnection of offshore wind at this substations like West Barnstable 345 kV. But again, all future interconnection requests after or queued lower than Park City Wind will have to go through system impact studies where the specific interconnection facilities and network upgrades are identified.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last 3 words. And what were identified?
Network upgrades.
Thank you.
And if I could just- when we first laid these stations out, and this applies equally to both Bourne and West Barnstable, the substation and transmission line engineering group were given a one-line diagram from planning what they wanted the station to look like. And it resulted in a station that needed a certain number of breakers. In laying out the station, just because of the realities of electrical equipment, there was room in there for future breakers. And it's without prejudice as to where those breakers are going to go or what they're going to serve. It's just a consequence of laying out the station. So as the engineering and design progressed, the team felt that it would be a good opportunity at this point to construct these so-called stub outs for any number of reasons, including the fact that it's will be less disruptive to the equipment later on, as well as its conduit and duct bank that won't have to be built if and when those interconnections materialize. I've also, just the number of substations that I have designed and built over the years. This is a fairly typical and prudent utility practice when you're building a station like this to provide a limited amount of conduit access for the future.
And if they're being built pursuant to an amended transmission support agreement with Park City Wind, then the facilities would be for the benefit of Park City Wind. Is that correct?
I would say indirectly, yes, they reduce the potential for impacts when having to install them in the future.
But I guess what I'm asking is if they are being constructed and paid for as part of the transmission support agreement, that contractually the use of facilities using those stub out facilities that are being constructed now would be reserved for the benefit of Park City Wind, absent some other future agreements which might modify that arrangement.
They are not reserved. Yes, sorry, cut you off. They are not reserved for Park City Wind's future use. They are open for future use on the system.
Okay. And David, that's modify, not codify? With regard to the transcript.
Done.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Strasberg? Would you like to proceed to ask additional questions at this point on your other topics that I interrupted on?
I would, Ms. Sharkey. Thank you. I'll now focus my line of questioning on air quality issues. To begin, let's refer to EFSB-A-2 and EFSB-A-3. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have those in front of me.
Why does the company use a 0.1% annual leakage rate as its standard?
It is, ideally, we would like to get to zero. However, just bearing in mind that, you know, these are mechanical connections. Right now, the state of the art practical lower limit is 0.1% per year.
Does the company respond if the leakage rate exceeds 0.1%? And if so, how?
Well, I'm not sure I understand responds in what way. What I will say is that the gas density levels are alarmed. And you know, when that alarm comes in, just like all the other alarms, they will dispatch somebody to the station to determine where the alarm is coming from. Once they've identified the gas zone that's leaking, they will switch the equipment out of service and then seal that gas leak up, or reclaim whatever SF6 is left so that it doesn't leak away further. You know, from the technical end, that's the response that the company has.
So the response would entail bringing the facility back in line with that 0.1% threshold. Is that correct?
Yes, we would identify the source of the leak and repair it, and then test and repressurize the gas zone, return the equipment to service.
Is any SF6 currently at the Bourne switching station?
Well, the Bourne switching station that's part of this proceeding does not exist. However, there is a 115 kV switching station that is adjacent to the proposed location of this one, and there is SF6 containing equipment in there in the form of 115 kV circuit breakers.
How much SF6 would be contained at the substation if the project were approved?
If you'll bear with me a moment. I do not have that answer. What it would be, I do not have that readily available to me to answer at this point.
So would you like to make that a record request, Mr. Strasberg?
Yes, please.
So if you could just repeat the question for the record.
The question is, how much SF6 would be contained at the substation if the project were approved?
So that would be EFSB-RR-2.
There is an accompanying question, which is how much SF6 would be contained at the in Bourne if the project were approved.
So we would amend that record request to include that question. Mr. Kaler?
I was going to check with Mr. Zico if information might be contained in the response to EFSB A1.
I have no, I'm sorry, I missed that. Who is speaking?
Mr. Kaler?
I'm sorry, just the lights on this new Zoom aren't as obvious, and so I can't find people immediately. Could you just say it again, Mike?
Sure. I was wondering if Mr. Zico might find some relevant information in the company's response to information request EFSB-A-1.
Yes, he would, and he appreciates the reminder by counsel. Thank you, Mr. Kaler. So, Mr. Strasberg, at West Barnstable, we would be adding 10,500 pounds just north of that in the 345 kV GIS. And then that third breaker that's in the 115 kV ring, there'd be another 65 pounds in there. And then at the newborn switching station, we would propose to add around 8,500 pounds of SF6 gas.
8,500?
8,500, yes.
Thank you.
So we would strike the last record request. Thank you.
Please describe in layperson's terms what the company means by 1, a pressure relief device would lift, and 2, an internal arc would burn through the case.
Certainly. So we'll take the pressure relief device first, and this is not dissimilar from what you have on the water heater in your home. It's basically a pressure relief valve, and they come in various forms on this equipment. Obviously, this is holding back sulfur hexafluoride gas, whereas the one on your home water heater is holding back hot water. So there are some design differences, but the operating principle is the same, that when the pressure in the zone goes above the set point of the valve or device, it opens. Another term that's used for that is that the device lifts, so that the seal of the valve lifts off of its seat, and it allows the product to escape before it creates an explosion. The second one is to understand what this means, let me briefly describe the construction of gas insulated switchgear. There is a conductive tube, or a tube, metallic tube that's conductive, that's alive, and it is inside of another metallic tube, and it's supported on epoxy insulators. The space between the live tube and the outer tube is filled with pressurized SF6 gas. Occasionally, some things will happen and that gas may break down, and that conductive part the electricity would basically flow from the conductive part to the live part, to the outer shell of the GIS, and an electric arc would be drawn out, and it would result in a flash that nobody would see because it's inside the tube, but hence the word flashing over. It's an industry term. So that event could conceivably put a hole in the containment tube of the GIS and cause gas to escape.
Could you speculate as to how these failures might be prevented?
Well, I hesitate to put a number on it. I've been around the industry now for about 40 years, and I've only ever seen a few burn throughs where it's actually gone through to the case and allowed the gas to escape. Some of the things that we can do and that we do is we first and foremost is the purity of the SF6 gas that's in there. That's the key. The second key is maintaining pressure, which, as I had testified to earlier, is alarmed, so that we get to the station long before it becomes an issue that causes that so-called flashover. The third is cleanliness in assembling the GIS initially, and thoroughly testing before we place it in service to make sure that that there is cleanliness inside the GIS. I've likened it almost to a surgical procedure when you put this together. And then the fourth would be making sure that as it's assembled, that the conductive parts and the insulating parts all have smooth surfaces inside, don't have any burrs on it where charge could accumulate and an arc could start. So those are things that we do as a company as a matter of routine, and have many gas insulated switchgear and gas insulated pieces of equipment, and do have a sound track record with it.
Can you describe why it has been challenging for manufacturers to develop viable alternatives to SF6?
Well, not being a manufacturer, that would be a little bit difficult for me to say. SF6 sulfur hexafluoride, it is, I certainly won't discount the fact that it's a potent heat trapping gas. That is a very big downside of it. On the other hand, on the side of the pros, it has good stability, both thermal and chemical, which makes it ideal for interrupting electric arcs and an electrical insulator. And it does not burn. It's not toxic. And I think one of the challenges that the industry is having, and in speaking with equipment manufacturers, is they're trying to find a substitute that kind of does all of those things, plus doesn't have the heat trapping capability that the SF6 gas does.
Has the company explored alternatives beyond the Connecticut substation?
We are constantly keeping apprised of what the industry is doing. As of this point, the Connecticut substation is the only one where we've actually deployed the SF6 substitute technology.
Let's now turn to TOB-N*-8. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Describe any airborne toxins that could result from a release involving a fire at the facilities, and the impact of such toxins on the human health.
John, you want me to take that?
If you could start, yes, please.
I can certainly start. So the dielectric fluid within the transformer will be non-PCB. So certainly that reduces the risk. Certainly older equipment on our system that may contain PCBs represents a higher level of risk in the event of a fire. And with any fire, whether it be dielectric oil or anything else, there could be an emission or a soot that emits from the fire that has unburned carbon, has other, depending on what is burning, will contribute to an emission. But it's hard to determine chemically exactly what that emission is. But typically you have, soot products, hydrocarbons associated with an oil that could be within the soot of a particular emission from a fire.
This concludes the second portion of my questions. Would any of my colleagues like to follow up?
In Mr. Strasberg, if there are no additional questions from the bench, I'd like to propose that we take our lunch break now. And come
Sure.
back at 1:30. Is there anything anybody needs to raise before we take our lunch break?
The company has nothing.
I have
In
nothing
that,
so much.
thank you, Mr. Gerson. In that case, we'll take our lunch break now and come back at 1:30 off the record. While we're waiting for David Arsenal, our court reporter, to come back, I just want to confirm with Mr. LaRosa that he needs to get off at 2 for about 15 minutes. So we'll take a break again at 2 to allow Mr. LaRosa to take care of some business, and then we'll be back on. So let's go back on the record. Mr. Strasberg, can we resume with your continued questions, please?
We can, Ms. Sharkey. Thank you so much. I'd like to return, if we could, to EFSB-A-1. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have that in front of me.
So this states how much or how many pounds would be added in each location per the project. What I'd like to know is how much total on company property in both of those sites would exist post-project. Is that something that would be possible to obtain?
Yes.
In terms of SF6?
In terms of SF6 gas, yes. That would, I don't have that data with me on the call, but we could take that as a record request.
Ms. Sharkey, would that be possible?
Certainly. So that would be record request EFSB-2.
I thought the one was canceled, but
we canceled the last one, so now we're starting back at 2 for this question. Nathaniel, could you please just repeat it for the record?
Yes, I can. Can you please provide the total weight of SF6 on company property in both locations post-project or upon project completion?
Okay, I understand what's being asked, yes.
Thank you.
I'll now pivot on my line of questions to issues surrounding dielectric fluid and water. First, what is the viscosity of dielectric fluid, and how does this compare to the viscosity of water?
John, you want me to start with that?
Yes, and I was going to say that there is an MSDS for the dielectric fluid that has been provided as a TOB N*-1(2). That is the attachment number.
John, is that the IR that includes the table?
Yes, it is.
Excuse me, could you ask that again, please?
Sure. I was asking John Zico if that is the IR that includes the table of viscosity information for dielectric fluid.
It is, yes. It is another attachment to the same IR.
So within that IR, can you repeat the IR so I can find it myself?
Certainly. It's attachment TOB N*-1(2).
I sneezed. Parens what?
2.
John, I recall another IR that had a different table that showed the comparison of, I think it was the different dielectric fluid options.
Oh, okay, yes. That was, it was one of the town of Barnstable. If you bear with me a second.
I believe I just found it. EFSB W 3.
That is the one, yes.
Just open that up. So within EFSB W 3 parentheses 1, there is a table of properties for mineral oil dielectric fluid in the third column on the left. As you move down the table, it shows viscosity of MODF, mineral oil dielectric fluid, the viscosity at various levels compared to the temperature of the fluid. So the viscosity changes as the fluid heats up, as one would expect. When you compare to water, the viscosity of water largely does not change with temperature as oil does. But trying to look at a common temperature, if you choose, say, 50 degrees C, so the viscosity number is shown as 6.7. The comparable viscosity number for water would be about 10 times less, 0.67. So water is has extremely low viscosity. So from that comparison, you could say MODF is 10 times as viscous as water. Now that changes also with temperature. So depending on different literature searches, you could see anywhere between 10 to 50 times more viscous than water. Viscosity is basically the ability for a material to flow under some pressure gradient.
In layman's terms, can you perhaps describe what something that's 10 times more viscous than water might be like? A mental image.
Yeah, it's hard to try to think of some comparable fuel types that we may be familiar with. So you can see how flowable water is, right? If you compare that to another petroleum product, we'll say diesel fuel or heating oil in your home, that is much more viscous than water. So it's thicker, it moves slower through the environment if released. You're in a kind of the similar area of viscosity levels as MODF. Now for MODF to be a functioning, and John, you can fill in here, to be a highly functioning dielectric fluid, it needs to have a lower viscosity. So that's why a lighter fluid like this is more desirable as opposed to a heavier end oil, which is much thicker. So, but even with the lighter viscosity or lower viscosity of MODF, it is still more viscous than water. On the order of 10 times more viscous.
In the context of the daily functioning of the facility, does the changing viscosity based on temperature factor in?
Factor into
the daily functioning of the facility.
The viscosity of the fluid is typically challenging on a cold start of the transformer. So in other words, the transformer has been sitting de-energized for whatever reason for an extended period of time, and the weather is cold. It doesn't flow into all of the small spaces in the transformer as well, and that's when it becomes an issue. Once the transformer is operating and up to temperature, the temperature inside stays relatively stable, although I say that, but it stays relatively stable, but with load changes. It does fluctuate, but it doesn't go down to the point where that cold start situation would be an issue.
Is dielectric fluid soluble in water? If not, why? Or if so, why?
So dielectric fluid can be characterized as insoluble in water. So if dielectric fluid was poured into a container of water, it would float on top of the water. It would not readily dissolve in the water. The reason for that is the chemical composition of the mineral oil. It has to do with the types of hydrocarbons used to make up the oil. They're called longer chain hydrocarbons, which are insoluble. Similar oils that are very insoluble are like asphalt, what's on a road surface. That's a heavier end petroleum, which if released to water would float and not dissolve in water.
To confirm, would it always float on the top?
Correct. So mineral oil dielectric fluid has a oh, the word it's escaping me. John, can you help me?
Specific gravity?
Specific gravity, thank you. Has a specific gravity of about 0.8, which means when you have a specific gravity of less than 1, the material will float on water. So water has a specific gravity of 1 as for comparison. So anything less than 1 would generally float. Anything greater than 1 would generally sink in water.
So if the viscosity of dielectric fluid changes in the context of changing temperatures, would this ever impact the solubility of dielectric fluid vis-a-vis water?
Theoretically, yes, but in the instances of what you're probably getting at are releases to the environment, that would not have an effect, mostly due to the depth of groundwater and the time at which any temperature variation could have an impact. So in the purposes of environmental releases, viscosity will, based on temperature, will not affect solubility.
On average, can you describe or can you tell me how many feet per day does rainwater move through the ground in Barnstable?
I cannot answer that question, but we do have soil information based on geotechnical soil borings. We've advanced beneath the substation, so we have general geotechnical information that could be used to approximate the rate of water movement through the soil vertically. But I'm not prepared to answer that with a confident number today.
Ms. Sharkey, would it be possible to make a record request to obtain that information?
That would be EFSB record request number 3. Would the company be able to prepare a response to that question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
And the question again, Mr. Strasberg, was related to the rate of water migration vertically through the soil?
That's correct.
Okay.
And generally
Now-
speaking,
Oh, I was just going to follow up. The answer to that question will be somewhat dependent on the volume you're talking about. So it will not be a perfect response in terms of a specific number. So if you think of pouring a gallon of water on the subsurface, that will stop migrating a few feet into the subsurface. if you poured 1,000 gallons of water onto the subsurface, that will migrate deeper vertically. So there will be, the response will have that type of narrative attached to it.
That would be fine. Generally speaking, please describe the different types of accidental release of dielectric fluid from substations. For each type, please depict in layperson's terms what the release would actually look like. In your description, please touch on 1, how the fluid would behave as it breaches the equipment. 2, the built-in measures designed to contain the breach and how they would interface with the fluid. 3, what the company and potentially others would do in real time to contain the breach. And 4, how the fluid would behave if safety measures failed and it moved beyond the facility and into the natural environment.
A lot there. All right. Let me, so if I missed parts of your questions, please correct me. So I think one of the first of the 5 or 6 scenarios was types of releases and how they may occur. And
yes.
And I'll start off. I will start off, and John, maybe you can add in also. So
yeah, that's what I had anticipated, that you and I would
sure. So
tag team on this.
So generally speaking, you have a couple common scenarios that occur for releases that would come from fluid-filled equipment. First is an accidental release associated with human error. So that could be equipment striking a piece of equipment, creating a breach, which is extremely uncommon. So that would be something coming in contact with a transformer and then creating a breach. I would say, again, extremely uncommon because these are, the equipment is energized and there is not equipment of that type that would generally create a breach. A breach could occur during possible initial installation or storage offsite before being brought to the facility. But for this size transformer, we wouldn't think impact creating a release would occur. Extremely low probability. Another common area with older equipment is your seals at different points within the equipment begin to weep or sweat oil from the seams. And those types of conditions are extremely slow, easy to recognize, and potentially mitigate. Sean, would you like to add anything more to that scenario?
As far as that scenario goes, no, that would be caught, as we said, that would be caught on a routine surveillance visit, or if somebody had occasion to go in there in between routine surveillance visits, again, they're trained to look for that, and would report it and, try to contain it and deal with it as soon as it was found.
And I can think of possibly one other scenario when it's a failure of a valve or a part of the equipment where sample ports or portions of the equipment that can be used to sample a quantity of oil. So a valve could fail and have a small weep or drip to it. Also not a catastrophic type failure, but nonetheless a oil dripping from the valve. John, anything more to add there?
On the valves, no. Again, if it were a slow leak or a small leak, it would, get detected on the routine surveillance visits. The other thing now, to shift gears, there have been, so-called catastrophic failures where there is a short circuit or a fault, as we sometimes call it, inside the tank of the transformer, in which case and this is common for all of our high voltage and extra high voltage equipment, so 115, 345 kV. There are dual redundant high-speed electrical protection systems on it that would interrupt the short circuit before it had enough time and dumped enough energy in it to make a pressure rise that would breach the tank. That's the first line of defense. There's a second line of defense. There is a mechanical detection device that would detect the kind of the movement of the oil in the tank due to a short circuit, and that would also interrupt the electric supply to the transformer before the tank had a chance to get breached. And then there is also a pressure relief valve on it that would, on the transformer, that would relieve the pressure inside the tank in a controlled fashion, so that the tank does not get breached and result in a catastrophic failure. So there's defense in depth on not only this equipment, but on all the equipment that's in the station. So again, while there could be this catastrophic release, it would be extremely, extremely rare.
So I think that covers, John, the variety of scenarios that a release condition could occur. Unless I missed one. Okay. Your second part of your question was, if a release condition was identified, how could we or would we contain it?
Yes,
correct.
That's correct.
So based on the scenarios of weeps from seals or dripping valves, there could be maintenance repairs that would occur. There is always the immediate response of putting containment catchment devices beneath a unit or in proximity to a drip to contain things while a repair is executed. So that's a common measure with oil-filled equipment, particularly older units, of putting oil absorbent pads and catchment devices. Again, we're talking extremely small quantities, oil drippings like you'd see from a car, very, very small quantities that would be monitored, inspected, and changed out routinely until a repair is made.
What about in terms of the catastrophic failures?
So a catastrophic failure, you would be talking about a large volume of release. As is in written testimony, there is a large containment device that will be under the new transformer. The existing transformer within West Barnstable has an existing containment structure located underneath the transformer also. So these two containment structures will be connected through subsurface piping, allowing for significant volume of storage in the event of a catastrophic release. So this would essentially contain all transformer oil plus additional reserve in the event of a catastrophic release and prevent that from entering the environment. If that condition occurred, the response would be certainly removing any accumulated oil within that containment pit as soon as possible, and then evaluating for any impacts that could have occurred in and around the structure. But a concrete containment device is extremely effective in protecting the environment and is essentially the gold standard for containment underneath a large piece of equipment like this.
So if these measures failed and the fluid moved into the natural environment, how would it behave? Can you describe how it would behave?
So in terms of these, not sure how the containment would fail, but in the case of the transformer oil entering the environment, because of viscosity, which we spoke of, and based on soil conditions, which we generally know on site as being silty sand, which silt is a very, very fine sand particle. Sand is more granular, as you see at the beach. The silty sand has a lower permeability, meaning things traveling vertically through that soil column will move slowly. Water will move more quickly, as to your earlier question. Transformer oil will move extremely slow. The pace and how deep the transformer oil will migrate will be based on the volume that is released. But what I can tell you is from other larger types of oil events that have have encountered the soil environment, average depths have been 5, 6, 7 feet deep, giving us ample time to perform response actions if necessary, including excavation and other types of removal techniques if needed. But it's that response time that is essential in terms of limiting the further vertical migration.
Is there a relationship, or what is the relationship between different types of dielectric fluid and risk of accidental release, degree of environmental impact, and cleanup process?
The relationship of, we are using mineral oil dielectric fluid. Mineral oil is an extremely low toxicity material. It's characterized as being a very low toxicity when released to the environment. It's also highly biodegradable, meaning that natural conditions within the environment will degrade MODF similar to other types of petroleum naturally and help reduce concentrations in the environment. How it compares to other materials available, there is another material that was within one of the written testimony. John, what was the other potential fluid that has similar properties of MODF?
So going back to the attachment EFSB -W-3 parens 1, table 1, and that is on page 2 of the attachment. There's a comparison of it's less flammable fluids is what it says here. And if you look at you look across the top row, each column lists a different kind of potential fluid that can be used, and then the bottom row talks about appropriate application. The only other one that is appropriate for this size transformer, which would be a large power transformer, would be the Beta DSI. The company has not had any experience with that. Was not able to find any experience with it. One of the things that caught my eye was that at 40 degrees C, the viscosity shown in that table was 108 for the Beta versus 12 for the MODF, mineral oil dielectric fluid, that we propose to use. And that, in my opinion, would be problematic, especially with a cold start or an ambient start of the transformer, getting enough insulation into the small spaces that are inside the transformer with some very tight clearances, both mechanical and electrical.
The other.
So if I can just interject, Mr. LaRosa, I believe you needed to take a break at 2. Is that correct?
Correct. I need to just jump off for about 15 minutes.
Okay, so we're just going to put a pause in while Mr. LaRosa is taking care of business, and we'll go off the record from now and come back at about 2:15 or so.
Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Strasburg.
Ms. Sharkey, thank you so much. I'd like to turn to EFSB-W3 parens 1 to table 1, page 2. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have that in front of me.
One moment, please. It states on the table that for the mineral category, there's a biodegradability of 20 to 30%. Previously, you emphasized that mineral oil does have a high biodegradability. Can you speak to that comment in the context of this figure, the 20 to 30%?
Sure. So biodegradability is dependent on many factors in terms of what's the pace at which it occurs. Generally, when looking at a biodegradation factor or a pace, and that's what they're generally referring to is in that row of 20 to 30% and so on, there's a time duration associated with that. So generally speaking, when you're talking about biodegradation, you're talking about how quickly things are degrading in a relatively short period of time. So in thinking about mineral oil, when you're talking about a 20 to 30% biodegradation, typically you're talking about a timescale of about a month or so. So within that time period, with the right conditions, things will degrade fairly quickly and continue on. And that degradation path, again, is highly dependent on many environmental variabilities in terms of the types of soil environment you're in, access to oxygen, water, other things of that nature, which will relate to the degradation pathway. But for other oil releases of this type that we perform cleanup on, we see a high rate of degradation when we've come back to resample an area that has been cleaned up, where you see concentrations dropping extremely quickly. So it is highly degradable. Sometimes you just need more time to get to that degradation endpoint you're looking for. If I could go back to your earlier question, Mr. Strasburg, about kind of relatability of MODF to something else. Did a little bit of thinking during the break and came up with vegetable oil. Vegetable oil has a very similar viscosity to MODF. Differences are you cook with vegetable oil, you wouldn't cook with MODF. However, there's also other parameters that make MODF more attractive to using in a transformer. But in terms of the viscosity type situation at a kind of a standard temperature, they would look and behave very similar. So in terms of that thickness you can think of from vegetable oil, that's what mineral oil, dielectric fluid would look like also. If that's helpful.
Thank you. I'd like to pivot to a different topic, slightly different topic. Would the substation or switching station contain any unregulated contaminants per the Safe Drinking Water Act?
The simple answer is no.
Is dielectric fluid typically examined in source water assessment and protection reports? If
No.
not, why?
No. So I will, without knowing the precise number, but I would say greater than 95% of our mineral oil dielectric releases never make it to groundwater. And when we perform cleanup actions on these sites, we're performing them very quickly. before vertical migration occurs, and we're preparing reports for the Mass DEP, which get audited for technical completeness, and groundwater evaluation is most often not required nor warranted because of the cleanup endpoints you're able to get to vertically because of a fast response. That condition wouldn't be true if it was a very shallow groundwater condition. Shallow groundwater would generally be characterized as something within the top 5-8 feet or so of the ground surface, where a fluid release could make it to groundwater fairly quickly. In the case we have for West Barnstable, groundwater from the borings is greater than 70 feet deep across that substation property. We did have one boring that showed a shallow perched groundwater condition where water below the surface was being kind of held up because of a different soil profile. There was a wetland system nearby which could have related to that perched condition, but that wasn't true groundwater. The true groundwater depth is extremely deep within this substation property.
In the context of the Source Water Assessment and Protection Program, have any Cape Cod substations, to your knowledge, over the last decade been categorized as one, as oil or hazardous material contamination sites, or two, according to hazardous materials storage and use?
From my knowledge, I am not aware of any of our substations that have been classified as a hazardous release site. Not to say there may have been small releases that were quickly cleaned up and we'll say fairly insignificant, but we could do a further evaluation to look at the historic record there if necessary.
Could we make that a record request, Ms. Sharkey?
Sure, that would be EFSB record request 4, but could you just restate your question for the record?
Sure. So the question is as follows. Have any Cape Cod substations over the last decade been categorized, one, as oil or hazardous material contamination sites, or two, according to hazardous materials storage and use?
I can actually answer that question right now. I just realized I had the data in front of me, and it was submitted as part of EFSB -W-5 parentheses 1. So we were requested to provide release information across our 3 states at substations within the last 10 years. And running through that list, Town of Sandwich in 2015 had a release of 50 gallons of MODF. And that release was closed out with no follow-on environmental monitoring required. So 1 at the Cape within the last 10 years. Two. I just found Orleans. Sorry.
So would that be the totality of data that would need to be provided in response to Mr. Strasberg's record request?
I think that does answer Mr. Strasberg's question, but I'll let him tell me otherwise.
It does.
Great.
In that case, we would withdraw EFSB record request number 4.
Moving on, to your knowledge, in its regulation of the local water supply, describe whether dielectric fluid falls under the purview of the Barnstable Board of Health.
I am not familiar with the Barnstable Board of Health local bylaws, if there's anything specific to MODF, but in general, boards of health have pretty broad jurisdiction with respect to things that could be viewed as harmful. So one would think that there is some jurisdictional oversight of the Board of Health related to MODF.
We can move on. In the history of Cape Cod, has there ever been groundwater contamination caused by substation failure in to your knowledge?
For Eversource property, no, to our knowledge, to my knowledge.
Let's now pivot to TOB-N*-4. Please let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
Have there been any requests for design changes that would significantly impact stormwater runoff rates?
Turn to John Zico, possibly.
When you say design changes, you mean anything that's changed in what we had proposed with the initial filing to now at these facilities that would change the runoff rate? I want to make sure I understand your question.
That's correct.
No, there have not been.
Let's now refer to TOB-N*-6. Please let me know when you're ready.
All set.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Once the temporary groundwater monitoring wells are decommissioned, would the company continue to collect the same type of data at locations down gradient of the substation property?
Let me just make sure I'm responding correctly. So this IR was related to installing temporary groundwater observation wells in the event of a Mass DEP reportable release. So the situation here was you would have a DEP reportable release for which Eversource performs response actions and cleans them up. To your earlier question, based on the cleanup, likely groundwater monitoring would not be required. However, Eversource has offered to install temporary wells in the vicinity of the release condition to document that groundwater was not impacted. So once that condition was demonstrated that there was no impact from this release, we would remove the groundwater monitoring wells, but would not do any further down gradient sampling. If there was not a condition at the source area of concern, there wouldn't be a condition further down gradient.
Thank you for that clarification. Let's now refer to TOB-N*-7. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have that in front of me.
How would the company work with private well owners in the event of an accidental release in the vicinity of their wells?
So depending on the nature and size of the release, we often will communicate with abutters for either communicating the effectiveness of cleanup. If there was concern by an abutter to their drinking water quality, we have in the past and can certainly do so in the future, collect drinking water samples from private wells to demonstrate no impact. But we would absolutely share all information based on any cleanup that is performed, the endpoints achieved, and why impacts to groundwater are not a concern.
So this completes my questioning. Thank you to all of the participants, and I'll now turn it over to Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Strasberg. Mr. Chang, do you have questions of the panel?
I noticed my video is off. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Sharkey, I do have questions. Can I proceed?
Please, thank you very much.
Thank you. So Caleb Chang, siting analyst with the EFSB. My question is directed to the entire panel. So I'll let the panel decide which witness will be the best to answer each questions. So the first question I have is referring to EFSB W5 parent 1. Please let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So on the third page, on the last entry, there is a spill documented in March 18th, 2024, at 500 East First Street in Boston, Massachusetts, documenting that there is 1,000 gallons of dielectric fluid spilled. Could you actually, just before I ask the question, so that's the entry on the spreadsheets that you provided to our information request. In researching into this a little bit more, I'm also have found a release log form for this spill with RTN number 3-38680 that have the same date, which is not part of the record at the moment. But I wish to ask whether the panel is familiar with this release log form so that I can ask question about it.
I can say I'm generally familiar with this release and the release log form. I may not know all the specifics on the release log form though.
Okay, thank you.
But
So I'll
go ahead.
So I'll go ahead and ask the question. So in the log form, the log form says that there's 300 gallon released, whereas on the spreadsheets that is in the EFSB W5 parent 1 document 1,000 gallons. So could you elaborate on kind of the two different numbers?
Yes, certainly. So when a release is called into the Mass DEP fills out a release log, and that is based on best available information at the time of discovery. So at the time of discovery, it was estimated that 300 gallons of MODF was released from this transformer. As response actions continued, that number was revised based on actual conditions encountered.
Thank you. So so based on your knowledge, is the 300 gallon or the 1,000 gallons more I would say the latest information or the more accurate information for this documented spill?
I believe the 1,000 gallons is more accurate.
Thank you. And could you please elaborate on the status of the spill and the cleanup and perhaps the cost of the spill if this information is available?
I can start with the last question. I don't have cost information at this point because it is a fairly new release condition. I can tell you the cause of this release was related to this was a backup transformer not in service and not electrified, sitting in this substation yard within containment that was accidentally hit with I believe an excavator or backhoe and ruptured a key element on the transformer, which caused a significant release. Because it was not an energized piece of equipment, there was heavy machinery being used within proximity of this equipment, which did result in human error and contact with the transformer causing a sizable release.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you cannot elaborate further on the status of the recency of the spill. So I'll move on to my next question. Referring to the same spreadsheets, but also to another exhibit, TOB-N*-8 parent 1. Please let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I am ready.
So the spreadsheets in EFSB W5 parent 1 documented there are historical releases and also sudden releases occurring since the publication of this Eversource Massachusetts Spill Prevention Control and Countermeasure Master Plan, which the document is dated December 2022. So my question is, were the spill prevention, control, and countermeasures in the master plan implemented or in the process of being implemented at the involved facilities before these spills happened?
So to give a high-level perspective of what an SPCC plan is used for. So an SPCC plan is used for not only the prevention of releases, but also the response to releases if they occur. So the importance of an SPCC plan is to document where conditions of oil storage may exist within a property or substation, what sensitive structures may be in proximity to oil-filled equipment that could result in greater migration of a release, like a catch basin or a drainage system. So making sure those are fully aware to staff. It will identify other structural conditions in place to help control a release to the environment. That could be a concrete containment, that could be trap rock that would help mitigate the migration along the ground surface. There could be other measures in place. So this SPCC plan documents, again, those measures in place. The plan also outlines phone numbers, contact information, contractors to contact in the event of a release condition. So the SPCC plan doesn't prevent releases, but it helps you respond to them effectively to minimize impacts to the environment. So this is the master plan document. So this includes the general practices to implement at most locations. And then we would have site-specific attachments or appendix to this plan to address each substation property, to address any unique situation of that property. So with each location being very different based on the types of measures, types of risks, that's what that appendix for that location would document.
Thank you. And a follow-up question is, would the same, I assume so, but would the same type of appendix and site-specific SPCC plan be implemented in this project?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have an existing SPCC plan for the Oak Street substation currently with the site-specific appendix that would be modified to address the additional oil MODF quantity on site.
Thank you. Switching topic a little bit, please describe how the company proposed to contain or extinguish a dielectric fluid field fire if it were to occur at this project. And if different firefighting techniques will be used depending on the situation, could you please explain every technique and when they will be used?
So I can provide a little bit, and then John can also. Do you want to start, John?
I was going to say, yes, I'll start. So, to start off, I'll emphasize that an event resulting in a fire would be an extremely rare event because of the multiple layers of protection that we do have on the transformer. However, we do acknowledge that a fire could occur. In that case, and again, this is emphasized in training and meetings that we have with the local fire departments, that we tell them in the event of a fire inside of a substation, we ask them to remain outside the fence and to keep the fire from spreading outside of the company's fenced area. So if there were embers or something that were to go over the fence, or the flame front would launch over the fence and set something on fire out there, we would certainly want them to extinguish that. But we tell them, do not try to extinguish the substation fire. Let it burn out.
Thank you.
I'll add also that responding departments, John did mention that we provide awareness training to departments. Fire departments maintain ultimate responsibility with respect to their firefighting techniques. They're the on-scene coordinator. They are often on scene before our staff may be on scene. So they will control the scene as Eversource personnel arrive, de-energize the station, and allow additional measures to occur. With each fire being very unique, the on-scene coordinator, being the fire department, will often dictate the type of response that is, in their view, required.
Yes, and I'll just add to, de-energize the station. Sounds easy, but in the case of the West Barnstable substation, to de-energize that, you would have to de-energize all of the 345 kV and 115 kV lines from the remote ends, and that would require that you perform emergency switching at several different substations. So it could be a matter of several hours before it would be safe to even apply water to that fire, which is part of the reason we tell them to stay, don't go inside the fence and spray water, take the defensive position.
All right. I have a follow-up question on that. So once the facility has been de-energized, would firefighting involve water or any other chemicals, or you would just let it burn out? That's the protocol?
I think that would depend on the fire department's call. They have they have responsibility for the safety of the area and response to the fire.
So in case of water firefighting or using of chemicals, does the company have any measures to prevent and mitigate soil and water contamination from, let's say, runoff of firefighting water or chemical contaminations?
So I would say in general, and again, each situation being different, we will take attempts to control runoff using variety of means, whether we'll have a response contractor on site putting out booms to help direct water flows. They will have pump trucks on site to help recover accumulated firefighting water. The containment structure beneath a transformer may be filled with oil and water, which can also be pumped off and removed. But there would be definitely measures that would be implemented to address the migration and flow patterns of where firefighting water may be directed to.
Okay, thank you. One question about the containment structures. Are they designed to contain firefighting water as well?
So I guess technically yes, where we will have two structures that are interconnected. The probability having both transformers on fire at the same time is, I'd say, not probable. So if there was a release condition from a transformer and that oil went into the structure, there would be added capacity for firefighting water to also be collected within the containment.
Thank you. Hearing that letting the fire burn out is one strategy, how would that increase or mitigate, like increase or decrease, soil contamination, water contamination, and or air contaminations compared to other type of firefighting techniques?
So depending on the duration of the fire, depending how quickly it is extinguished, you can actually have more of your MODF burn off. So you have the resulting benefit is you have less oil to be released to the environment. In our case, that would be released to the structure beneath. So, you know, we need to remind ourselves that there is a containment structure underneath these transformers. So that may result in less oil being contained because it did burn off. So that can, again, have a benefit. As to the earlier question, you know, with the burning of oil, you could have a soot smoke plume coming off the top of the fire that we tend not to see that migrate far for two reasons. You have a response occurring by the fire department, which also knocks down the migration of soot. And we have seen direct evidence of this through some fires we have had to respond to elsewhere. Much different situation and older equipment, very unlike here, where soot migration to the indoor and to the ambient air was extremely minor.
Thank you. And in those situations, how, like, let's say if fire burning out, like, you know, as it happens, how would it affect a butter and residents nearby, and what precaution would the company employ at in those occasions?
So building on my previous comment about the on-scene fire department has initial control and coordination of a butter communication. So you'll see a variety of different situations occur. You could see reverse 911 calls occur from a fire department to notify abutters. You could have physical door knocking occurring to ask people within their homes to close their windows as a precaution. We'll do other things just as an initial response until conditions are more fully aware of what they're dealing with. So fire departments will often do that at an abundance of caution to notify direct abutters if there is concern for whatever reason.
Thank you very much. So now I'll move on to another topic. I will refer to EFSB CM16 and EFSB CM23. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have those in front of me.
Thank you very much. So the company describes in EFSB CM23 on page 1 that there will be vegetation removal along the southern edge of the right-of-way in Sandwich, whereas the company states in CM16 that the project would not involve in any substation facility on construction or expansion work or transmission line structure installation work in the town of Sandwich. So it appears to me vegetation clearing in Sandwich is incidental to this project and will be subject to the town of Sandwich noise ordinance. So could you please elaborate on this fact and how the project will comply with this noise ordinance?
I will have to, don't know that I can speak specifically to the noise ordinance. But to clarify your question, yes, we do have vegetation removal along the right of way in Sandwich, and that is to allow for operation of the line at 345, but there is no structure installation in Sandwich. My understanding is that there was no construction requirement in the sound ordinance, but maybe Mike Howard, my colleague, may have better response for you on that part.
Thank you, Liz. I would add, just for some additional context, and assuming, Mr. Chang, that for discussion purposes, we concur that the Sandwich noise ordinance applies, and I don't know that it does per the comments that Liz just referenced. But if you look at the company's response to CM 23, in the second table there on page 2, with regards to Sandwich, you'll see these 3 discrete locations in Sandwich where there's very modest selective side trimming, pruning, and tree removal. That work would occur in short order. Whether the noise ordinance applied or not, I have a hard time seeing it would be a constraint for this type of work and where it's located in Sandwich.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I would now refer to CM 23 again, but also to the zoning petition attachment H on page 2. So please let me know when you're ready. And changes in the distance between abutting property line and existing vegetation line for free abutters of the West Barnstable substation. In attachment H, page 2, there is a aerial overlay, a site plan showing the 2 areas of vegetation removal, but it is not apparent from where to where the distances in table 1 were measured. Could you walk me through the measurements?
I'm happy to do that, Mr. Chang, and it is confusing, so I appreciate the opportunity to try and add some clarity to that. Let me just get these tables in front of me, a little cross-referencing. Permission to share my screen, Mr. Chang?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I trust you can see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit. Try not to get you motion sick. Bear with me. Okay. So, Mr. Cheng, let's look at CM 23 first in table 1. In that table, there are 3 properties identified in the first column to the left. I'm going to walk you through each one of those properties. The first address is 675 Oak Street.
Slow down.
If we look at
the first.
I'm sorry. Thank you, David. The first address is 675 Oak Street. And that property, Mr. Chang, is located north of the site in this location here, if you see my mouse moving on my screen. Okay. Now, it's the easiest way to explain this. Okay. So the first measurement I'm going to point you to is the last column, Mr. Chang, where it says the distance between the abutting property line and the veg line following removal. Actually, I just found a typo, but let me walk you through it. The distance from the property line here, which for this discussion purpose, Mr. Chang, is this black line, okay? You know what, Mr. Chang, I'm sorry. Let me just switch graphics. This isn't the right one I want to show you. I'm sorry. Bear with me for 1 second. I need the one that shows. Thank you.
Mike, may I suggest showing the graphic in EFSB CM-22 parenthetical S1?
One more time, Liz, please.
EFSB-CM-22 parens S1. That's the correct one.
Liz, if you have it handy, could you share your screen? And I'll walk Mr. Chang through it. I'm having a hard time finding it.
I do not. If you give me 1 minute, I will have it opened.
I apologize, Mr. Chang. Thanks for your patience. I just want to get this right. I have it now, Liz. You're off the hook. I'm
All
back.
right,
I'm back.
you beat me
I'm
to it.
back in action. I'm going to share my screen again, Ms. Sharkey, if that's okay.
Please.
All right. Take 2, Mr. Chang. So just to get us back to where we were talking about, 675 Oak Street is this property up here north of the substation. This black line is roughly their property line to the substation property. The distance in the second to last column, Mr. Chang, which says distance between the abutting property line and the existing veg line. Do you see the number 520 there in the table? That's a typo. It should be flipped with a 205. I'm going to show you what I mean in a second, okay? So the distance between the abutting property line and the existing vegetation line is 205 feet. So if you were to measure from this black property line at its closest point to the limits of this tree removal, if you see my mouse moving, that's about 205 feet. Okay?
Yes.
When the trees are removed, which is about 315 linear feet, if you look to the third column on the left, the new tree line from that property line is at the southern end here. It's now at about 520 feet. Okay? So there's essentially a 315-foot reduction in this tree buffer. However, what's interesting about 675 Oak Street, Mr. Chang, is that none of the trees that buffer their property from the substation are being removed as part of this project. They're still going to have those same screening value that that vegetation provides. Now, could it be filtered at certain times of the year? I suppose. I don't know the exact vegetation, but that is not being touched by it. It's the interior tree removal that's being answered to in this response. And those trees associated with the substation are obviously bisected by the cleared and maintained right-of-way. That's why this response was a little awkward to put into a table. I further complicated it by inadvertently switching those 2 numbers, Mr. Chang. So for that, I apologize. Let's continue to work in a counterclockwise manner. We're going to go to 575 Oak Street, which is this property over here on the left. Okay. And its property, Mr. Chang, is essentially this apex right here, where my mouse is moving. This is where we took our measurements from, okay? So the distance between the property line and the existing vegetation line, so from this corner to the limit, the outer limit of where these trees are today, is about 304 feet. That's going to be cut back by 97 feet, right? Roughly through here, to leave a new buffer of about 207 feet, or a reduced buffer of 207 feet. Keep in mind, they will also have the vegetation on their property and the trees up in this location too. Okay? And then the last property is the one furthest south, and that's 550 Oak Street, which is down in this area here. Now, its property line is somewhere up in here, Mr. Chang, just for discussion purposes. The distance between its property line and the existing vegetation line, so measuring from this person's property line to where the tree line is today, is about 545 feet. From that resident's property line, that vegetation is going to be reduced by about 45 linear feet, leaving a new buffer width of about 500 feet. Okay. Again, with much of the screening on their property, and a portion of this property here is also being retained. Same situation here with this property owner. And again, for 675 Oak Street, there is no change in the screening around their residential property, other than what's across the right of way. I went through that pretty quickly. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you might have, and I apologize for the confusion.
No, thank you. Could I ask the company to provide a revised question to that table? I just want to get that record correctly. Mrs. Sharkey, I don't know whether that is a request or whether it's just a minor.
Sure, I guess what you're asking for is a response which would basically contain the explanation and the revised distances that Mr. Howard just described in his testimony?
Actually, I think the description is clear. It's just that the table have the incorrect distances for 675 Oak Street that in table 1 that that's a minor error, but I think it's important to have that corrected.
The number, for clarity, Ms. Sharkey, the in columns 5 and 6, first row, the 520 and the 205 just need to be flipped. So it's easy enough just to submit a revised table with that correction. Otherwise, the IR is correct as has been written herein and as I just described to the staff.
So then as EFSB record request 4, could the company provide a corrected response to EFSB CM-23 table 1?
We're happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're staying with this what you're showing. As I ask the next question, let's see. So for 675 Oak Street, abutting the substation to the north, I see that the tree line that you mentioned on Eversource property between the property line and the open ground with the transmission line, basically the right of way. So based on the map, whether the one that you just showed or on attachment H page 2 of the zoning petition, I actually don't see a change to the tree line close to that abutter. Do you agree with my observation?
I do, Mr. Chang. Agreed.
And similarly, for 550 and 575 Oak Street, that abuts the substation to the west, there is a significant area of dense vegetation behind both abutters. And given this dense vegetation in between, it appears that the vegetation removal for this for the structure 3999-2 work pad will not change the abutters visuals of the substation. Would you agree with my observation?
I'd say that's generally true based on the terrain and my knowledge of the site. However, I've not been in that resident's backyard. They may have filtered views during leaf-off conditions, but it should not materially change the views they have of the facility as it exists today.
Thank you. Yeah, I asked those questions recognizing what you just said, that there's difference between vegetation buffer on the property lines versus vegetation removal at the interior of the site. So that's the context of my question, of those two questions.
Understood.
Another question about the vegetation removal associated with structure 3999-2. Based on the outreach to the town of Barnstables and abutters, are you aware of any concerns that the substation would become more visible to passerby on Oak Street?
Stephen, do you want to share any observations you can based on consultations or discussions you've had with stakeholders as referenced by Mr. Cheng?
Yeah, of course. So we have done some outreach in the West Barnstable and Barnstable communities, specifically with the West Barnstable Civic Association. At that time, they have talked about potential visual mitigation for the West Barnstable substation. As noted in the response, we are taking it and having internal discussions and creating a visual mitigation plan. But it does come out from time to time within the community about visual mitigation for the West Barnstable substation.
And let me clarify whether that is specific to the Oak Street, the public right of way on Oak Street, or you are talking about the abutters, or both?
I would say both, but I would probably caution more on the side of just the general public with their view shed of the substation from Oak Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I want to stay with again with CM23, but moving on to table 2. Please let me know when you're ready.
I'm there, Mr. Cheng.
So the company shows the change in vegetation buffer width, but not the post-project vegetation buffer width. Could the company provide this information?
Is the ask, Mr. Cheng, that we provide the same information in the context of how we just responded to the information on table 1?
Yes, I think will be similar, that you show both the change and also the post-projects width.
Yes, we can do that. The only distinction I would make here is this side trimming, this pruning is within the right of way, and the right of way overlays property line, so it's not the same sort of metric. So we gave the buffer that would be removed from the side pruning or the trimming entirely within Eversource's right of way. No removal is proposed off the right of way onto these properties. So that's why we showed the width up to the right of way boundary.
So let me try to understand this right. So let's, for example, take 6 Washington Circle in Sandwich, the first entry in table 2.
Yeah.
So there's an approximate maximum change in vegetation buffer width is 20 linear feet.
Correct.
So I should interpret that as there could be vegetation change with, along 20 feet, or the vegetation is going to change by a maximum of 20 feet closer to the abutting property, even though it's wholly within the Eversource right of way.
So at that location, it is 243 square feet, which is a 10 by 20, or, you know, you do the math, obviously. It's two very small discrete locations where vegetation has encroached into the right of way. So that 243 square feet and that 20-foot removal to remove that 243 square feet is up to the right of way boundary. The only point I'm making is the right of way overlays private properties. There's not a fee owned right of way in that location. So it's not measuring from property lines. It's just going to the right of way boundary. We're just making clear what is actually being removed there.
Got it. So it wouldn't be too meaningful to show the post. So let me rephrase that. So are you saying that it wouldn't be too meaningful to show the post project width in this table?
Only because the property line could be interior to the right of way. So it doesn't translate the way that the other question was, because that's fee owned property by Eversource. We have these boundaries to measure from. Here, it's a different situation. We couldn't reproduce it the same way that you asked in the first question.
Understood. Oh, thank you. I acknowledge your explanation. Another question about these changes. So are these changes in vegetation buffer width to the noted abutters along the right of way the same as in the original petition? As in EFSB case 19-06 and DPU 19-142 and 19-1.3?
Mr. Chang, you're talking about in the original Mid-Cape
Mid-Cape project, correct.
Can you ask the question again, Mr. Chang? Now that I understand what project you're referring to, your question is in the context of phase 1 Mid-Cape reliability project as a starting point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could indulge me and ask it again, that would be great.
No problem. So are these the changes noted in table 2 the same as what's proposed in the Mid-Cape phase 1 project?
My understanding is no, these are all associated with the 345 kV operations of this project. And I'll ask my colleagues to chime in if I'm misunderstanding the question, but I believe the short answer is no.
Okay, I'm good with that. I don't know if there's anyone with anything to add.
So, Mr. Chang, is there a record request
No,
that you have? Because I know the measurement kind of boundaries are different because of this particular these particular locations. So is there further information that you want as part of a record request?
No, I'm satisfied with Mr. Howard's explanation. So I don't think the record request will be needed.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
Now I will move on to exhibit EFSB Z as in zebra -1 and EFSB Z2, as well as TOB -N star -4, as well as TOB -N star -4, the attachment 1 through 9. So all of the attachment of N star -4. There are a few documents, so please let me know when you're ready.
Mr. Chang, I'm sorry. I was trying to open them as you were speaking. Can you just rattle them off again, please? I got a couple of them. Yep, please.
So EFSB Z1,
yes.
EFSB Z2, TOB -N star -4, and then the attachments to NSTAR, which are, from my understanding, the different sheets of the site plan.
Thank you.
So the company mentioned stormwater best managed practices in the responses of EFSB Z1 and Z2. The company also provided a stormwater management report and associated site plans in response to Town of Barnstable information request, which is TOB NSTAR 4. Could you please describe the general approach to stormwater management in this project? And also highlight the key best management practices or stormwater features as shown on the attachment to TOB NSTAR 4.
I'm happy to start the response, Mr. Cheng, Mr. Zico, and Ms. Bartone. Please feel free to jump in if there's anything else you want to add as I walk Mr. Cheng through this. Let me start, Mr. Cheng, with kind of an overview of the stormwater management system that's being proposed at the West Barnstable substation. And a similar system, for what it's worth, Mr. Cheng, is also contemplated at the Bourne switching station. Just as an opening remark, and we expressed this in some of our discovery responses, the stormwater report that has been provided through the discovery process, it is conceptual. It has not yet been finalized. The design engineers are still working on it, still working on the design and the calcs and all the things that go along with it. But the intent of the project is to fully comply with Mass DEP's 10 stormwater management standards. And a conceptual report that's been included to date demonstrates just that. It's not yet complete, but that's what they're working towards. And it's my expectation that we'll be able to comply with those standards. John Zico discussed in some of the earlier questioning, and Mark did as well, Mark Richards, about how stormwater might be collected and treated at Barnstable Station site. I'll just provide a little bit more today in some detail that's in the design or baked into the report, Mr. Cheng, that we're talking through now. So the proposed storm system generally consists of 30-inch thick crushed pad. It's designed to both treat and collect stormwater runoff. I just got an unstable internet connection message. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Forgive me, Mr. Cheng, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the crushed stone, it's essentially an enlarged infiltration trench or an infiltration basin. So when stormwater runoff flows through the rock, it's essentially dissipating the flows, it's causing sediment to settle out, and then eventually recharging the runoff back into the ground. There's very little sheet flow across the system, which enables the system to retain the runoff and not increase the runoff rates during storm events. There's a few reasons, Mr. Chang, why this system, this approach is ideal for this site, some of which we talked on earlier. Combination of good soils, these highly permeable soils that allow good communication through the surface. It's also relatively deep groundwater, as Mark Richards testified to. So we have nice separation between the groundwater and the bottom of the stormwater facility. The large ratio of stone to the very small area, surface area of impervious surfaces associated with the foundations in the substation also helps a lot. We have all this stone and only a little bit of impervious surface to manage. The last point I would make too is, unlike a public roadway or a parking lot, there's not a lot of uses on this type of property where you're going to get a lot of suspended sediments generated, things that have to be collected and treated in other more conventional stormwater facilities like open stormwater basins, things like that. So all those ideal considerations help support the approach to stormwater that the company is advancing. This is not an uncommon approach. We've used it for many substations throughout the Commonwealth. And again, we will demonstrate compliance with those standards when we make our filing with the Barnstable Conservation Commission.
Mike, can you maybe something else to add. And when we consider our stormwater management plan, the depth that we consider versus the actual depth of the stone in the station?
Yeah, so thank you, Liz. Liz, I believe what you're asking is with regards to modeling. Is that correct, Liz?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. The modeling that the civil engineers do is really the top 6 inches, and that's where they run their models, they run their calculations, but the actual thickness of the stone itself is about 30 inches deep. And Mr. Cheng, I would just add for each and every storm event that they've modeled, and you see this in the IRs, the 2, the 10, the 25-year, the 100-year, and the 200-year storm event, under all those different scenarios, this system demonstrates that there will be no increase in post-development runoff rates as a result of the project.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Could I add one statement? It refers to the previous testimony from Mr. Strasberg related to the infiltration rate. Question that you posed to us that we could not answer at the time. But on page 17 of the stormwater report, it does reference infiltration rates and a hydraulic conductivity. It's called, related to the infiltration capacity of the soil. So for the stormwater modeling, they were using 0.013 centimeters per second, which equates to 18.4 inches per hour of stormwater infiltration occurring within the surface. So that, I think that may answer your earlier question. And if it doesn't, we can provide a supplemental response.
That answers the question.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stay on the topic, but we would like to refer to EFSB LU 6. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have that response open. John and Mark, do you have LU6 open as well?
Can you repeat the number, please?
It is EFSB LU, as in land use, LU -6.
I have that in front of me.
Yes, it's open.
So could you please explain the implication of stormwater management and erosion and sediments control in the sentence? In pre and post development conditions, overflow runoff from the crushed stone substation yard would travel via overland flow across vegetated areas to localized depressions.
I infer, Mr. Chang, that the point that's being made there is that the post-development condition mimics how the pre-development condition functions today, via overland flow, whether it's vegetated areas under existing conditions, or in this case, proposed case under crushed stone conditions. But it's the same general pattern of how water would move through the site. I believe that's the intent of that last sentence in the response.
That was the intent, yes.
So the formation local depressions, are they all within the company properties, or you are also saying that includes offsite, runoff to offsite that is consistent with pre-project conditions?
No, our requirement under the stormwater standards is to make that demonstration on site with the different control points that the engineers look at. So that is specific to on site runoff patterns, on site depressions that tie into the control points that the civil engineers have identified. It is not taking or relying upon off-site areas to meet those standards. or that runoff rate requirement.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a few more questions about dielectric fluid. There may be some repetition, but I want you to ask some questions to get a better idea as a layman. So I hope that you may provide answers that it'll be easy for a layman to understand. So please explain whether, on an average temperature day, where the dielectric fluid flows on its own.
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I fully understood where it flows in a zone.
Oh, does it flow? Does it flows on its own? Like,
oh, does it flow on its own? Okay. If released from the transformer?
I'm gonna specify that too. So whether it's just room temperature dielectric fluid on the ground, does this flow on its own? And also for dielectric fluid that is spilled from a transformer that is under load. So two scenarios there.
Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say let's take this in two parts. So in normal operation, the transformer, it's in service, it's carrying load, and the internal parts, the coils and the core of the transformer will heat up. That will transfer the heat to the oil. The oil will flow convectively through the transformer, so the warmer oil will rise. It will flow out the top radiator header into the radiators, get cooled off, fall to the bottom, go back into the transformer, and rise up back through the core. So yes, the oil will flow on its own. As long as there's a temperature gradient, it will flow convectively through the transformer.
Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Seiko. Let me clarify, but let's say this oil spill into the ground, would they still flow outwards, I suppose, down gradients as gravity will have it?
So if there was a release within the substation yard fencing, as Mr. Howard discussed, the trap rock condition that exists on the property, that will prevent and mitigate horizontal flows of MODF. So the trap rock does, in a sense, serve as a containment BMP, which is often utilized for other substations using different designs. But the trap rock will prevent significant flow over the land surface.
Understood. Well, actually, I'm just asking in terms of this characteristics. I understand the trap rocks will do the containment, but so I take the answer is yes, it will flow horizontally.
Yes, if you were to dump a gallon of MODF on pavement, it would flow outward to a point.
So whether it is not from a transformer or from a transformer, they will still flow. Like I suppose that's the temperature difference. So it will flow in room temperature or transformer conditions.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, it will flow at room temperature.
Let me ask a related question. So understanding the water, the insolubility of the dielectric fluid, would it be washed by rainwater or water if it's on a pavement?
So depending on the intensity of a storm event, it could physically push MODF outward horizontally.
Thank you. How about on a winter day with a below freezing temperature? Would dielectric fluid, say, from a leak from the transformer, would it flow across a pavement? And also, would it flow across snow?
Any flow condition during a very cold condition will be much slower than a much warmer condition. So that viscosity number we spoke of earlier, you'll have a much higher viscosity, which would help impede the flow during a cold condition. If the release occurred onto snow, depending on the condition of the snow, hard pack or something else, the snow may absorb the oil into the snow.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask about vertical movement. So would dielectric fluid infiltrate a concrete surface such as a spill containment?
No.
How about trap rocks or other gravel bed?
So if you had trap rock or a gravel surface, an MODF release would infiltrate within the pore spaces, within the spaces between the rocks. Yes.
How about a vegetated surface such as grass?
So infiltration on a grass surface will be much less. You have a more highly organic surface, which can help prevent vertical migration.
And how about bare non-compacted dirt?
Non-compacted or compacted?
Non-compacted.
So a non-compacted surface, depending on the type of soil or that you're referring to, infiltration rates would likely be higher.
Got
than,
it.
Yeah, than like the soil or the vegetated surface you're referring to.
And I'm just making a guess, but I suppose it will be slower than the groundwater flow rate that you mentioned to Mr. Strasberg earlier. Like a dielectric fluid will have a slower flow rate than, say, the number that you have given to Mr. Strasberg.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And a little bit scientific, but that vertical flow rate is dependent on the volume of which is helping it push it vertically. So if you have a continuous source, it's going to continue to migrate vertically. But once your source diminishes for, say, small releases, there's other competing forces within the soil environment that will keep your MODF or water from migrating vertically. So it's not a continuous migration unless something is pushing it vertically.
Thank you very much. Next question is, does dielectric fluid mix with water on its own?
No.
Thank you. I know you answered that, but just because I want to ask the following question. Does dielectric fluid mixes with water with dissolving agents?
I'm sorry, is that solvent or softening?
Dissolving.
Dissolving agents. So solvents will be basically the same word.
With water softening?
Well, with solvents.
Solvents.
Like
yes. If you had a solvent mixed with MODF, it would increase the solubility of MODF in water.
Okay. Would any such solvents present in a substation environment?
No.
How about in the soil underground?
No.
Thank you very much for the answer. So would potable groundwater contaminated with dielectric fluid be filterable, and could you use it after filtering?
Could you drink it after filtering?
Well, drink it, but yeah, I suppose drinking is the highest standard. So sure, I'll go with that question.
So from a practical standpoint, if your goal was to treat contaminated groundwater so it's useful for drinking water, yes, anything is possible with a correctly designed filtration system. So, but it's safe to say that groundwater will not be impacted by MODF at this site for many of the reasons we talked about. So there will never be treatment of drinking water at individual public water supply wells or private water supply wells.
Understood.
Theoretically, yes, you can treat groundwater so it becomes drinkable.
Can you elaborate on the filtering type of filtering system? I know they can get very specific, but in general, what type of system would it be needed for filtering dielectric fluid?
Generally speaking, if you are filtering groundwater for use as drinking water, it's because you have a significant dissolved component that is contributing to the contamination. And the most common way is using what's called granular activated carbon. So it's similar to a Brita filter, which you may have in your refrigerator. So a Brita filter has, if you ever broken one open, there's black granular activated carbon. That is the filter media. That's the same type of media that's used in larger scale drinking water systems.
So that will work for dielectric fluid as well.
If dielectric fluid became dissolved in groundwater, which it won't, dielectric fluid will float on groundwater. So if not applicable here, if you had floating groundwater, or if you had floating MODF on groundwater in a very different environment, you would be using other techniques to remove that floating oil.
I see. What would that technique be like?
You can use pumping systems. You can use what are called recovery wells, where you install a well where oil will accumulate into the well, then you pump it out of the well. Again, these are all conditions we would never be seeing at this site, but if it was a different site in a different location, those are some techniques that could be used.
I see. And drinking water aside, so not considering that for now, but would groundwater contaminated with dielectric fluid be cleaned up using the same techniques?
Yes, you would. Again, you'd have to evaluate where the contamination is and what form it is in. So if you had floating oil, you would remove the floating oil. If you had a dissolved portion, which you will not, but if you did, you would then be treating the dissolved portion.
Okay. I'm trying to focus on the non-dissolved portion. So, as I heard recovery well. So is that the technique that you'll recover non-dissolved dielectric fluid?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And the complexity of that recovery will be based on the magnitude or size of the amount of oil you're trying to recover.
And what's the time frame of those recovery look like?
Difficult to answer because it's very site specific. Again, we're talking about things, and it bears repeating, that are not going to apply at this site. But if you had other sites with a very shallow groundwater condition, as I mentioned earlier, of 5, 6, 7 feet deep, and you had oil intercept groundwater, you would be using recovery techniques that could include wells. It could include trenching to expose a larger area to allow recovery to occur more effectively. But different types of product recovery mechanisms would be used, again, to remove the product from the ground, which again is very effective.
Thank you. Could dielectric fluid contamination stuck in the soil layers and continue to contaminate groundwater until the contamination goes away?
Yes, if you had a large enough release and it was inaccessible for excavation or removal under some other technique, you have a source of contamination that could continue to migrate to groundwater. Again, much less common.
Got it. But you did mention earlier to I guess Mr. Strasberg's question about biodegradability. So even in these cases where excavation is not possible, would the contamination goes away by itself over time?
So there are other remedial options available if excavation is not practical. So you can have techniques of injecting additives that will enhance the biodegradation of oil, which are extremely common and highly effective, again, in certain environments that are designed for the specific site in question. But those additives are common things that help enhance degradation, nutrients and oxygen typically. And those will often accelerate natural degradation to a very fast pace, which can be used as an effective remedy.
Thank you. Does electric fluid burns?
Yes, dielectric fluid does burn.
Usually in what circumstances is, let's say, in typical like room temperature versus like some more extreme gas conditions, such as when ignited by electrical arc, for example. So what are the circumstances in terms of burning dielectric fluids?
John, do you know the flash point for dielectric fluid?
Well, it is in the safety data sheet, which is provided as attachment TOBN star 1(2). And if you'll give me a moment, let's see, there's the flash point.
Yep, I just found it.
The flash point is 293 degrees Fahrenheit. So in the absence of an electric arc within the transformer or external to the transformer, you're not going to see those temperatures in there. The auto ignition temperature is greater than 600 degrees Fahrenheit, which again, you're not going to see under normal operation. So you would need to, I guess, let me state it this way. The transformer operates as a sealed, air-free system. So there's no air inside the transformer. There's just dielectric fluid. All the air gets evacuated and during the processing. So in order to have a fire, what you would have to do is you would have to have a break in the transformer, have the oil escape, and at the same time contact either a very hot surface or an electric arc. Would have to be the combination. It's, the classic fire triangle: fuel, air, and an ignition source.
Got it.
John, would it be fair to say that within the transformer, an electrical arc alone would not necessarily ignite the MODF?
It would not, because there is no oxygen in there to support combustion.
Thank you. And maybe I asked the other way as well. Would dielectric fluid without let's say the arc, can it ignite easily in a outside environment?
You would to get it to the point where an ignition source could ignite it, you'd have to get it up to 293 degrees Fahrenheit. So not likely. And then for it to just ignite on its own, the auto ignition temperature, you'd have to get it up to almost 600 degrees, which is not something that you're likely to find in the environment.
Thank you. So I'll ask one more question on dielectric fluid. Does it cause notable harm to human via skin contact? And I'll ask in parts as well, since these are related. And via skin contact, if ingested or if inhaled?
Well, again, referring back to the safety data sheet that is attachment TOBN star -1(2), section 11, and I'm on page 5 of the attachment. It talks about, your first one was what was it? Skin contact?
Skin contact.
So it says for skin contact, it said that may cause skin to defat and dry, may lead to discomfort and dermatitis.
Okay.
Which is essentially skin irritation or rash from rubbing oil on your skin.
And my second part is if ingested.
It says ingestion, again, reading back from the safety data sheet, it says may cause gastrointestinal discomfort if swallowed. Do not induce vomiting. Vomiting may increase the risk of product aspiration, may be fatal if enters airways. But that's true of any hydrocarbon compound. It's the same precautions.
And my the third part of the question is if inhaled. I suppose when it burns, because otherwise you wouldn't be inhaling a liquid.
Well, this is true. You wouldn't be inhaling the liquid, but it does have, like anything else, it does have a slight odor to it. And it says maybe, again, for inhalation, it says may be fatal if swallowed and enters airways. So you have to have those two things happen. You have to get it into the airways. And it's my understanding, I'm not a medical professional, but as my understanding is much like it causes the irritation of your skin, it can cause the irritation in the lining of your lungs and cause fluid to build up, and that's what becomes fatal.
Thank you. So the last part to that question I haven't mentioned earlier is, would it cause notable harm to aquatic life?
So depending on the situation, if you had separate phase oil, separate phase floating product on a surface water, that could cause harm to aquatic life. It does not dissolve, as we've discussed. So in terms of dissolving to surface water, you would not see that condition occurring. But if wildlife were in contact with the separate phase oil in a large enough quantity, yes, there could be harm.
Thank you.
I would just add, Mr. Chang, and this is also in the record, there are no surface water bodies located anywhere near the Bourne site or the West Barnstable substation site.
Thank you for the clarification. I would like to refer to EFSB W2 and EFSB W4. Please let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
So on the first paragraph of W4, in the last sentence, in the unlikely situation where dielectric fluid may reach groundwater, dielectric fluid has a very low solubility, meaning that dielectric fluid will not readily dissolve in groundwater, thereby allowing for assessment and cleanup actions to be effectively implemented. Now, I presume this describes the worst case scenario. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely worst case scenario.
Okay. Moving on to the last sentence of second paragraph. Eversource spill response protocol combined with dielectric fluid's very low solubility and the depth to groundwater supports that there is no reasonable expectation that groundwater will be contaminated. So I read this together with the 110% containment mentioned in W2. So this form a kind of a three parts argument that there is no reasonable expectation that groundwater will be contaminated. And as I understand it, because first you have the 110% containment, which will be more like a first line defense. And second, you have the spill response that will be a backup in case the containment is breached. And three, all this is helped by a dielectric fluid's insolubility and a deep water table. Is that an accurate interpretation of the company response?
Yes, well said.
Thank you. And looking at EFSB W2. Now, given the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, would equipment failure and oversight in spill detection and response have a higher?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no worry. I'll restart. So
Hold on a second. I've got something that's coming up on my screen that I'm trying to get rid of, and I'll deal with it after. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the company's response to EFSB W2. Given the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, would equipment failure and oversight in spill detection and response have a higher chance to occur during such storm events or extreme weather events?
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't envision why an extreme weather event will impact our ability to inspect and monitor the equipment.
Okay.
No, and I would just add that, you know, for a transformer tank to fail to the point where there were a catastrophic release, I don't see how a severe weather event would cause that.
Thank you. And a follow-up to that, how does the company currently prioritize spill response during a extreme weather event?
So within a substation or anywhere?
Let's say within the substation for the context of this project.
So certainly environmental, there's a lot of priorities during response to an event, and environmental is one of those priorities. So as I mentioned earlier, when a release condition is known, our field response teams are immediately notified to further assess the situation in terms of complexity, risk to the environment, risk to abutters, you know, all the factors that we've been talking about. So based on those assessments, we'll determine our response. But environmental response and cleanup work is often implemented immediately upon discovery.
So that will not change during a extreme weather event?
We have to put safety first, not only for our crews and others, but our response will be predicated on the ability to enter safely, given electrical hazards, storm hazards, and other things of that instance. So as soon as areas can be made safe, response work will be initiated.
Thank you. Now, a question to follow up on Mrs. Sharkey questions earlier about the supplement materials. Let's see. Getting to that. So the question is about the stub outs for future capacity, or you know, that is added to the project that we have discussed earlier. So I'm trying to understand the reason for adding the stub outs to the project, and as I am interpreting it, the stub outs are added to the project because PCW will be paying for it under the amended TSA. And second, because there is also synergy in putting the stub out into the ground right now, as to avoid further construction and also improve reliability, future reliability in terms of avoiding certain future outages. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, you're understanding that correctly. The stub outs are prudent utility practice to improve the efficiency of our construction to install these when doing the initial construction rather than having to modify a future station.
Thank you. With the construction work associated with the stub outs and all the refinements, use any construction techniques and equipments not mentioned in the initial petition and the zoning exemption request?
No, it would use the same construction techniques.
And I will add that performing that work now when the ground needs to be opened for the foundation and the other duct banks would be a much smaller incremental add than if we were to go back and try to do it later. And that's both from a cost and an impact standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Sicko. You're just getting at what I'm going to ask next. Would the construction work cause any environmental impact beyond those described in the initial petition and zoning exemption request, including noise, EMF, and work within wetland buffer?
With regards to Bourne, there are no wetlands, there are no buffer zones to speak of. But the stub outs at Bourne are generally within the same limits of disturbance and project footprint. I'd say the additional impacts are de minimis and modest at best. They're not substantial at all. In fact, I think the resource agencies would prefer to see that work occur while the site is open and all the active construction is occurring. It's not a lot of additional work. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to go back in later and just tear those restored areas up again. So from a permitting perspective, I think this is advantageous. And then with regards to, oh, I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
I was just going to say, with regards to magnetic field, there will be none until such time as a circuit is energized and carrying load in those conduits.
And Mr. Chang, with regard to West Barnstable, I'm looking at the graphic I shared on the screen earlier today. None of those stub outs are proposed within the 100-foot buffer zone to that locally jurisdictional isolated wetland on the property. And the statement I just made about these impacts being within the same footprint of the existing project, it's even more clear on this site. And again, from an environmental permitting and impact perspective, to consolidate and resolve these activities at the same time has those same advantages.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. May I ask also, in terms of intensity, would these stub outs involve any more intense impact?
No, it is just, I'm sorry, finish your thought, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Than the original, of course, in the described in the initial petition.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to the panel. I've asked all my questions. So back to you, Mrs. Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Originally we're scheduled to wrap up around 4 when some additional questions regarding, among other things, zoning. I know a lot of the responses is responsible as counsel. So if the witnesses who are available could review those responses and address some of the questions related to zoning in order to prepare for questioning on Wednesday, I would appreciate it. I don't imagine that that will be lengthy questioning, and I expect that after that's concluded, that the town of Barnstable may wish to begin with their questioning. Is there anything else we should address about hearings on Wednesdays before we wrap up for today? In that case, we're concluding our hearing for today, and we will resume on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. I appreciate everybody's participation today. Off the record.
Thank
Thank you, Donna. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.